Something weird that happened last night while helping out a friend get home. Haven't used Reddit in a while. Mainly use Twitter nowadays for my social media urges, but I didn't really know where else to put this, so I'm making a return. Last night I got a call from a military buddy. He was looking for a ride home from a bar. Didn't want to spend $30 on an Uber ride. I said sure. I was hungover myself, and figured it would help to drive with the windows down and get some air. It was probably 12:30 a.m. and I was driving around my neighborhood trying to take an alternative route that I hadn't taken before. But I did know about. Basically one that went through residential areas and stayed off the bigger, more populated routes. I didn't really want to fight traffic the entire way, getting downtown. So as I'm driving, everything was normal. I was listening to some random podcast about World War II. Then as I'm passing this one random house, a couple streets down from mine, there's a kid standing in the front yard, right on the edge of the road. To be honest, this doesn't sound that weird, but looking back, it was past midnight and this kid was maybe 10 or 11 years old. He had on a red shirt, tan shorts, and sneakers with a blonde bowl cut. Totally normal-looking kid. So as I'm coming up to this kid, I get to a speed bump and had to slow down, so I was able to get a better look at him. He wasn't playing, he wasn't running around, no other kids were with him. He was just standing completely still and meeting my gaze as I'm going past. Like, the entire way down the street, he doesn't stop staring. And after I had passed him, I keep looking at my rearview mirror and he still doesn't stop looking. He doesn't cross the street or go back to playing around, he just keeps standing there staring at my truck. On the drive back, I told my friend after picking him up about the kid. He was interested, so I took him back the same way, where I saw the kid and he wasn't there. Fast forward to when me and my friend get back to my place. Sitting in my living room shooting the shit watching YouTube, and we hear this super fast, quiet knocking at the door. Like so quiet my AC almost completely smothered the sound. It's like 1:30 a.m. at this point, and both my roommates are out of town for a long weekend. So I was kind of wary of answering the door. I peek out the window next to the front door and I see no one there. Honestly, this could have been a tree limb hitting the roof near the front door, but in that moment, it was like I was having a heart attack thinking I'd see that kid there. Later, when I was in bed just lying there, I heard a few more random knocks in different places. My bedroom is right next to the front door and goes out onto the patio that the front door connects to. These knocks could have been at the front door or just in the same random spot in the house. At this point, I was so tired I really didn't care to worry about it, and I passed out. Waking up this morning thinking about those knocks creeped me out a bit more, but just doing a walkthrough in my front patio, nothing was out of the regular, so there's not much else to go on. Former King of Dreamland. In the spring of 84 or 85, I was 5 or 6. In a vision, I was picked by a pair of dream spirits. A black man and a doll-like girl approached me in a white void. They said they needed me to be the next king of the Colorado area Dreamland, as their old king had reached his limit of time that he could rule. As they continued, they explained it would be a 3-month reign, as they needed me to fill in until the next queen was old enough to handle it. Then the old king paraded out to meet me and hand over control, after the king had disappeared. I was led to a walled city called the City of Children's Dreams. It was a safe haven to keep adults' dreams from mixing with the dreams of children. And I guess you could say it was to keep their dreams pure. The 2 dream spirits started to take me on tour, but I felt compelled to jump off a cliff and onto a 4-poster bed. That that fell to the ground from quite some height, awakening me just as I hit the ground. For the next 3 months, every night my dreams were of the same land, which drew its strength to exist from me. Then I would feel compelled to jump off the same cliff every night and fall back to earth. As this went on for the 3 months, my strength began to falter, necessitating the city to shrink, and it shrank until only 5 houses remained. Then the girl that they had talked about took over from me. She was strong enough to last a 1.5 years without the city shrinking. I truly believe it was some form of an astral plane of existence, and that the book Little Nemo in Dreamland was at least partly based on the writer's time as a king of Dreamland as a child. Story number 3. Man, this question has me recalling several very odd events that happened to me in my bedroom, specifically as a kid growing up. To keep on topic, there was this one time my parents left me home alone when I was only about 7. They were next door by the neighbor with my little sister for a birthday party, and I had asked if I could head home to play with my toys, since I was bored. It must have been about an hour into my playtime in my bedroom when I felt the atmosphere change. My ears popped and my hair stood on end as I quickly turned to my door to fully expect seeing somebody enter my room. You know that change of silence that you can hear if you close your eyes and you have somebody exit and enter a room? Can't explain it in any way better than that, but that's what I felt. Not thinking anything about it, I resumed playing with my Lego bricks. But thinking somebody was home now, I made my sound effects, explosions and such, softened to a whisper, so I can be more aware when somebody came home. In that bedroom I had this blue poofy-like carpet. And I'll never forget this, but as I whispered to my little Lego games, I got that eerie feeling again. I was sitting on the floor and can hear slow footsteps starting from behind me, walking to the side around the front of me. Being on carpet, it was this muffled-sounding footstep, but it was no less than a foot away from where I sat, as it walked in a circle around me. I was back across the street in the 4-year-old girly birthday party in a heartbeat. Great-grandfather's friend. This story has haunted my family for 4 generations. I visited my great-grandparents frequently as a small boy. My great-grandfather was a tall man with a sense of humor of a teenager. We genuinely connected, despite our obvious age gap. One day my grandparents left with me and him in the air, and it was kind of different in the house that day, you could say. He was more somber, and sat and appeared almost callous in his rocking chair. I was young, but I knew he was disturbed by something, and I just had to know what. So without thinking, I asked him rather bluntly, "What's got you all upset, old man?" I usually called him old man as a joke, and some part of me was hoping for a verbal jab might lighten the mood. Thankfully, this did seem to pull him from whatever mental ocean he was pondering. He grinned at me and said in a rather low voice, "What do you think? I was crazy if I told you a ghost story?" This was a weird and uncharacteristic thing for him, so I nearly stepped back. Some part of me thought that he was beginning to slip mentally, even though he had never shown any other signs. "No, I wouldn't think you were crazy." I wasn't actually sure if I believed this, to be honest. Part of me was scared that he might do something uncharacteristic. Something about older people going insane scared me a lot as a kid. I remember being freaked out by a Ben 10 episode with old people attacking the main characters. But he smirked at me and told me this. "I grew up with a man named Jeremiah. He was my neighbor in the house beside this one when I was a kid. We played together when we were very young and were best friends throughout high school. I joined the military and he went to college. However, when I finally came home after being stationed in Japan for about 6 years, we reconnected. One weekend we decided to go hunting together. We planned the trip and were packing up the night before. When that morning came for us to leave, something in my stomach felt off. I felt nervous and I wasn't really sure why. The whole time driving, I couldn't settle my nerves and nearly called the whole thing off, thinking I had some kind of breakdown. However, I was finally able to swallow it and got us to where we needed to go. I parked the truck and Jeremiah parked next to my truck. He mentioned he was having some kind of motion sickness on the way to our spot. I mentioned I had similar symptoms and we shrugged it off, thinking maybe it was the road. Walking through the woods, I came across a clearing. I didn't remember when I originally set up the spot. The air felt light and it felt like every instinct I had told me to turn around and go home. I pushed through, and about halfway through the clearing I realized I had heard footsteps and breathing right behind me. The wind seemed to spiral around the clearing and my nerves finally broke and I wanted to leave. I told Jeremiah to step back a bit, but when I looked back he wasn't there. I called for him a bit and used the whistle I packed, hoping he would hear it and say something or whistle back. When he didn't, I ran towards where we were parked until I made it back to my truck. His truck was gone, and I immediately got upset that he just dumped me in the woods without saying anything. I drove back pissed and went to his house to figure out what was going on. When I got there, his parents were there. They passed the house on to him when he turned 20 and hadn't lived there in a few years. When I asked them about when Jeremiah would be back, they looked at me shocked, saying that they never had a son named Jeremiah. I was very confused by this and eventually started asking everyone else. Nobody had ever heard of him. He wasn't in our yearbooks or school pictures. The only evidence that he ever existed was the list of things that we packed for the camping trip that I still have. It's worn and old now, but it has his name and what he was expecting to bring. He looked a little downtrodden when he finished the story, and I didn't really know what to say. I remember hugging him and hoping that he wasn't losing it. When my grandfather picked me up to go back home, since I was raised by my grandparents, I told my grandfather that I thought his dad may be starting to need more help being looked after, and started to tell him the story that I was told before he cut me off. He isn't beginning to lose it just yet. He's been telling that story with that paper in his wallet since I was a kid. He told it to your dad when he was growing up as well. I believe him, or at least that he truly believes it. I didn't know how to take this since my grandfather didn't believe in ghosts, aliens, or cryptids. I still think about it sometimes since my great-grandfather has passed, and I still have the packing list for the hunting trip him and Jeremiah were supposed to go on. Story number 6. Man at the Window. I was raised in the rural South, where the shade from the forest cooled our house in the summertime. My childhood bedroom had a large window that started a foot off the ground and stood about 5 feet tall and was nearly 3 feet wide. When the sun was out, this window still placed an uneasy feeling in my stomach. Once the moon rose over our house, the window started watching you, waiting for you to drop your guard. What manner of threat it actually posed was questionable in reality, if any. But my instincts never really cared for that explanation, and I openly avoided it every night until I was finally asleep. Finally, the weather decided to switch from 90s every day to a mid-60s every day. The arrival of fall meant one thing for us every year. We would be raking leaves up from the year after school most days going forward. While picking up the leaves outside, I saw someone in a brown waterproof coat and camo hat staring in my window. I froze seeing this man staring into my room for several reasons. The first was that while my window was a foot off the ground from the floor inside, It was a solid 6 foot or more from the earth outside. His feet hung loosely and dangled on nothing like a bad Halloween decoration, but he was standing on nothing, as if someone had hung him by the neck from the roof of our house. I started walking away from him, just hoping not to give him any reason to notice me. Luckily, he seemed not to. I told my grandfather about the whole experience, and while he firmly did not believe in ghosts, he honored my word as a man that at least that's what I thought I saw. A few months later, I saw the exact same man at a gun show acting completely normal. I could see his face a bit better, and he had a scraggly black beard with white in it, and seemed to not notice me. Talking to my grandfather about it, he decided to try to talk to the man without mentioning the event, to see how he was, and he seemed completely normal. I still don't know what the fuck is going on, and I never got an explanation, but the anxiety of the window never left me. Story number 7. Please, I need someone to explain this. It started when I was 9, and I'm 20 now. My grandmother died, and it was the first time that someone close to me died, and during months after that, I saw her face every night in my closet. I don't think that it was the pareidolia because it was a bit glowing in the dark. You know, like when you're looking to the sun or a light and then you close your eyes? You can see some colorful shapes. It was exactly like that. Obviously, I was terrified by that, and I made a lot of nightmares because of it. One night I couldn't sleep, so I told everything to my mom. I was crying and I said, "Granny, I love you, but you're scaring me right now." And it never happened again. I've never known why it was happening. It wasn't some sleep paralysis. I've had some as a kid, and it has nothing to do with it. I could move, talk, and do everything. I don't think that I have any kind of gift unlike some people that were telling me because it never happened with someone else. As I said, I'm an atheist and don't believe in spirits, but I'm okay with the possibility that it could exist. I've just never found any evidence that could make me think that, except that strange story that I can't explain. Story number 8. That one shift too many. Through the early 2000s, I guess I worked a lot, usually 7 days a week. Sometimes 12 hours and above. I think the longest run was 7 weeks working 7 days, without a real rest. It's that particular run that I'm writing about. So for anyone that's read my previous post about the cat lady, I mentioned some sightings that happened in the place that I worked. Here's my own. I was coming to the end of a particularly long stint of working overtime. I'd been going for 7 weeks, and it was Sunday. It was getting late. I was doing shutdown and locking up, making sure everything was safe before leaving. This usually meant I was the last man standing and the last man out. I went through my usual routine, which was kind of like a circuit. First sign of things being off was a movement I caught on the edge of my peripheral vision. I turned to see what had caught my attention. Nothing there. My first reaction was that something was, I guess, just amiss. So I did what any 23-year-old guy does and picked something large and heavy up. I shouted a couple of times that I would phone the cops, try to scare the guy if there was a guy. Adrenaline was high. No reply. So I carried on shutting down, going about getting home. Then I saw him. Just stood there, 30, maybe 40 yards away. Tall, black jacket, bald head. Just stood there. Only problem was he had no face. No nose, no eyes, no mouth. Now, I'm super tired at this rate, so even though I'm blind, just panicking, I screwed my eyes shut, rubbed them hard, shook my head because that isn't possible, right? But he's still there, so I turned and walked the other way. I didn't run, but I was walking quick enough to maybe break into a run if I needed to. I got down the stairs pretty quickly, grabbed my coat and bag, set the alarm, and just out I went. I locked the door and I went home. Now I know what you think. He was tired, working too many hours, and was seeing stuff. I don't feel threatened by it, just to be clear. But it wasn't friendly. And it definitely didn't want me around. Now fast forward 3 months. Old colleague of mine walking down the stairs from the canteen one early morning. Just me and him there, as we were usually first in. He's white as a sheet, stuttering. I looked at him and just said, "Black coat, bald head, quite tall?" He nods, and we go outside to our coffees and I calm him down. There were a few sightings of whatever it was after that, mainly when people were on their own, mainly getting a feeling of unease. I'm glad I'm not there anymore, as it wasn't the last time that I saw him either. Story number 9. Walking by the Canal. There's stretches by the canal where I used to live that my grandfather always told me to stay away from. We used to walk on the old towpath to get to the city center when I was young, and he would always tell me stories of something, quote-unquote, that would pull me down to the bottom. He would never say, "Never get too close to the edge, she'll pull you down and keep you." And whenever I asked who he would say it was best, I didn't know. I would always sense his unease at times, as I spent a lot of time with him, And he was always earnest about me staying away from the edge of the canal bank. He'd tell me of the people who swam in it that drowned, or people that nearly drowned that he knew. And they all said that something at some stage had them just tried to pull them down. Whether that was true or not is my granddad's way of keeping me away from the edge of the canal and instilling a healthy fear of drowning in it. I don't know. But years later, something strange did happen on that towpath that stayed with me. It was the early hours of Saturday morning. My pal and I were walking back from a night spot, as usual. We spent all of our money and had no cab fare. The moon was up and lit the towpath well enough for us to walk down it and find our way to the footpath that would lead us home. So you'd be talking like a mile, maybe a mile and a half. We were dawdling as you do when you've had a few too many, kicking stones into the canal as we walked down. There's something serene about the moon on the still waters of the canal. It's like black glass, and it shows a lot of what's going on, so even the ripples from the stones could be seen. My friend was being silly as he walked. We were still charged and had energy to burn as we walked down, and kept asking me why I'd gone quiet. Now, as silly as it sounds, drunk or not, I realized we'd reached the spot near where my grandfather has always warned me not to go near. So I told my friend to stop messing about, and we'd end up in the water. And as I said that, I sort of retreated a bit to the other side of the towpath, so I was as far away as I could be from the edge and still be able to walk. My friend asked what the problem was again, and I shrugged and said that this part of the towpath puts me about. Something about it, I suppose. It was around that time that my friend decided that it would be funny to fake throw me in. Like, "I saved your life," by shoving and catching you. Some silly bullshit that's probably got people in trouble somewhere, but seemed like a good idea at the time. As he did that, I think I must have had a couple of seconds where I was either hyper-aware or really, really wide-eyed. because as he shoved me forward, I lurched toward the canal and looked straight down into it. And I saw what looked like an arm, bone white in the water, and the side of a head and maybe even an eye. Again, all bone white. As he pulled me back, he stopped laughing. He asked me what was wrong, aside from you nearly killing me, nothing. I dream about that sometimes. Don't know if it was because I was drunk, or maybe tired, or maybe something that does in fact live in that canal. I do know that there are some places you should be very careful about, walking through. Story number 10. Never play with things that you don't understand. I was once at a friend's house a long while ago. You couldn't really call it a party, but there were a few people there and it was a social setting. A gathering may be a better term. I'm not good at these things and never have been. But the effort I have to go to maintain my social graces is quite exhausting for me the majority of time, so I tend to avoid them. I would have been around 19 at the time. There were around 8, maybe 9 people there, and it was a mixture of men and women. I guess we've all been to them at one time or another. One of the women that was there was kind of new agey, believed in the goddess, crystal healing, all that stuff. Which I'm not rubbishing, but in the 90s, some of this was a fad, So as the night wound on, she suggested that we did a Ouija board. Now I may or may not have mentioned this before, but I'm 3rd generation Romani, and I was brought up in a family that respected the old ways. Now, if you know that you kind of know what I'm talking about with that, so in this kind of situation, I'm heading for the door. My friend whose party it was stopped me and kind of placated me, told me that I was being silly, and he actually did rubbish this woman and what she believed in, and said that it was a joke. So I stayed. It was, as it turned out, kind of being a big mistake. All around, in a lot of respects. I was sat at a distance from the table where they were, convened. She was sat with the planchette, asking if there was anyone there. People were smirking and generally just disrespecting the entire thing. She kept asking for signs or if anybody was there. That's when I started feeling uncomfortable. You ever get that feeling you're being watched or followed? It's like that. Like an itch behind your eyes, your scalp tingles and you get a feeling that you need to be moving, right now. It's an instinct bred and hardwired into you over thousands and thousands of years and generations. And then the planchette starts moving and she's smiling and all happy that it works. She doesn't look like a clown. So then they start asking simple questions. Will I be rich? Will I be famous? Answers are all no. Nothing unexpected, till a guy asks if he will be married. Then it spells out never. So he asks why. It spells out die young. All of a sudden things take a turn. I tell her to put it down and send it back. She didn't understand what I was telling her to do, and the damn thing is spelling car accident. He laughs it all off and goes and stands in the kitchen. And in the meantime, one of the women asks if she will have kids. It spells out never again. Now my instinct is telling me to leave, and I'm listening to it. I go and grab my coat, and as I'm leaving, the woman that's doing the board calls out, "Your granddad has a message for you." I stopped, walked back in, and calmly said to her, "You have no idea what you're doing. You're a child with a box of matches, and whatever's talking to you is not my granddad." I smashed the board off the table and stormed out. In the years that passed, That guy was killed in a car accident with 3 other people. He was 23. The woman never did have children, and some of the other things, mainly the malicious shit, did come to pass. I don't know what it was. That stupid woman called in, right? To that. But I will say, don't play with things that call out to the dead. And if you do, make sure that what you call was human ones, because you never can be too careful. That message from my granddad, I never did hear it. And the woman that did the board, never did see her again. Story number 11. Ask Reddit. Where I live, there's an urban myth about this bridge that's about an hour or so away from my house. The myth goes like so. Years and years ago, there was this little girl that would be dropped off at this bridge to swim underneath the creek every day while her parents worked on their farm. One day, she drowned in the creek, never to be seen or heard of again. Sounds like classic bullshit, right? I thought the same. Legend has it if you drive to this bridge, park your car on it, cut your lights and the engine, and then honk 3 times, the little girl will come to your car, doing a multitude of things to gain entrance. Supposedly, this is how her parents would notify her that they had really returned to pick her up. Anyway, my friends and I heard of this myth and we thought it sounded absolutely ridiculous. There's no possible way this could be real. So we drove the hour it took to get to this bridge at about 2 in the morning. We arrived at the bridge, parked our car on it, and cut the engine along with the lights. My friend who was driving honked the horn 3 times and we sat in the pitch black darkness, eagerly waiting to disprove this silly story. A few minutes passed and nothing happened. And just as we were ready to give up, we all heard the sound of something tapping against the metal, and it came from the roof of the car. Immediately, we freaked out and got the hell out of there. We were trying to come up with logical reasons as to why we heard that noise, but couldn't really come up with anything. We stopped at a nearby gas station to refill the tank for the ride home, but before any of us got out of the car, my friend yelped. I turned to him and he was pointing at his window, and there was a small handprint there, too small to be any of ours. Regardless of that, I still took it as him trying to mess with me, and went to wipe it off as to say, "Nice try." Except when I did, the handprint was still there. The handprint was put on the window from the outside. And that wasn't the only handprint. Every single mirror of the car had handprints on them. Even the side mirrors. All the same size and shape as the first one that we discovered. Suffice to say, I'm never going back to that bridge. Story number 12. My true story from 1 year ago, somewhere in Wales. I was staying with family in an old renovated stone cottage that was hundreds of years old, built on the vast grounds of a monastery that was destroyed during the dissolution by Henry VIII. The cottage was nestled on the edge of these grounds with a few more modern holiday homes. And this was at the foot of a great hill where an old ruined castle stand guard overlooking the landscape. It was a beautiful, scenic place with walking trails right on the doorstep. This house had been in the family for 80 years, and we stayed there so I could help with the renovation during the visit. It's their second house, and it's normally Airbnb'd, so this was our first and last stay here at this cottage. The spookiness began on the first night. I shared a room with my brother, as there was a lot of us staying there. He went to bed early. I went to bed around midnight. Trying to fall asleep, I heard heavy boot-like footsteps up in the lot and attic. The boot steps would walk above my head to the far end of the house, stop for 10 minutes, then walk back above my head again to the other end. This pattern would repeat for hours. This was a very distinct pattern, far, far too heavy to be any animal walking around. The pacing was deliberate, the pause between each step long enough to suggest slow, wide strides. This occupied every night we were there, and my brother heard it too. I did try to record the sound, but it didn't come out very well. I would wake up in the middle of the night and it would still be there, walking back and forth. After 2 nights of this, I casually asked Granddad if this house had a loft. It did, inaccessible hatch over the stairs that would require a long ladder to reach, and his first response to that casual question was, "Why? Did you hear something?" I said yes, and explained what we had heard. Got a bit defensive and just said it was animals and rats up there. No small rodent-type animal could make that noise that we heard that I'm aware of. 1, 2, 3, 4 stars. Asterisks, excuse me. Final story from this trip that will be quick as it may have an explanation. On the final night, there was footsteps crushing on the stones out in front of the cottage around 11 p.m. This was a bit odd, so I checked out the window with a limited view and saw no one and no torchlight either. The footsteps faded away in the distance. Story number 13. I used to work at a locally famous haunted hotel. Small town hotel in England. The place has a lot of important local history, but no one would know if they had lived in the town. Locally famous, but the hotel was old, really in need of a refurbishment, and most rooms giving off an 80s vibe. I worked in the kitchen and the bar during my time, and it was common knowledge amongst staff that the hotel has multiple ghosts. I'm not going to get into details of all the supposed hauntings, but keep this focused on one event that I was present for. I need to make it clear that I did not ever witness anything at the hotel, but I was there and the first person to assist someone who did see something. I was working in the kitchen alone, late, cleaning after kitchen closing. This was around 11:30 p.m., and the staff was bare bones at this point. Upon arriving every day, you would go to the uniform storage area and get blue checkered trousers, aprons, and other protective gear for your shift. This was stored in a narrow hallway-style utility room, where the walk-in fridge was located and at the end of the hall. A room with washing machines and cleaning storage. A little window at the end of this room and hallway let in the eerie glow of the moonlight. Or on a dark, moonless night, the yellow glow of a Victorian-esque lamppost outside. This room was famously haunted, well known amongst staff. I suppose knowing this information would make it more likely for someone to think that they had seen something in there. It was immensely eerie, too, and the light switch was located halfway down the hallway, nearest to the washing machine section. So you'd have to walk in the glow of the moon or lamppost outside to the light switch. I'm sure this wasn't too healthy in the safety code, but it was what it was. In my 3 years working there, I never saw anything in this room. But that night I was working the late night block, and I heard a blood-howling scream, followed by one of the young one of the young service girls who had been working there very long, rushing into the kitchen where I stood aloof. The manager was quite quick to come in to see what was happening. She was crying and trying to explain that she walked into the dark hallway and saw a giant shadow figure stood by the light of the window that she said started moving toward her. The imagery gives me chills to this day. She may have been influenced by the stories amongst staff and the local reputation of the hotel, but the absolute genuine fear I saw in her makes me believe that she did actually see the ghost that is said to lurk in the darkness of that hallway. Story number 14. My dead grandma saved my grandpa's life. My grandmother passed away in 2013 from pancreatic cancer. It was a long and painful battle, and at the end, she died in her home. My grandfather took care of her the entire time. He stayed by her side. He would get her up when she needed to use the bathroom. He bathed her, all of it. This was a very strenuous job, and by the time my grandma died, my grandpa started to have physical problems with the sheer exhaustion that he was just experiencing. One day after my grandma's passing, he was driving his car like usual and going towards a roundabout. That roundabout was right next to the graveyard where my grandma was buried. As my grandpa was going down the road, he started to have a heart attack and ended up crashing into the clock that was in the middle of the roundabout. He had an old car, so it didn't even have airbags installed. But this actually ended up saving his life, because when you have a heart attack, you need to get a compression or a hit to the chest hard enough to restart your heart. And that's exactly what his steering wheel did when he crashed his car. Now, the reason why everyone in my family believes that this was my grandma was because the next day after the car crash, my uncle went to visit my grandma at her grave. Context. My grandma's grave is built into a wall with a bunch of other graves, and right above all of them there's a long piece of concrete that gives them some shade from the sun. When my uncle went to visit her, he noticed that a chunk of the concrete was missing and was on the floor, and that chunk came from right above my grandma's grave. Mind you, in this period, my grandma and uncle went to go visit my grandma in the graveyard about every day. The reason why I didn't was because my family and I live in a different country. That piece of concrete did not fall before my grandpa's accident. They were certain of it. In my culture, we have a ceremony that we do 40 days after someone's death to make them go to the other side, because we believe that souls linger on Earth for those 40 days, trying to finish unfinished business. And I believe this was my grandma repaying back my grandpa for all the hard work that he did for her when she was sick with cancer. She didn't want him to join her, at least so soon. I have a bunch of other stories when it comes to my grandma and all the things that she did after passing, but this is the most memorable one. Story number 15. Ask Reddit. I was about 17, staying the night at my brother's and his girlfriend's place. I slept on the floor in their room because the apartment was unbearably cold. It was December or January or something like that. My brother claimed for many years to have paranormal activities occur around him, claiming to have lived in haunted houses and seen ghosts, things like that. Anyway, it's the middle of the night, and I'm woken up by a scratching sound coming from somewhere in the apartment. At first, I think it's the cat, but she's in the room with us. I'm overwhelmed by the most intense, full-bodied feeling of dread and fear that I'm beginning to cry. I can't explain it, but the fear was so intense that I thought I was going to die. The scratching continues. I mustered the courage to lift up my head. Remember, I'm lying on the floor, and I look towards my brother's bed when I see a dark humanoid outline sitting at the end of the bed. I'm in full panic mode and quickly hiding my head. My brother's girlfriend wakes up a few minutes later, also feeling quite scared. She later told us that she saw the shape of a foot of the bed, or rather saw a shape at the foot of the bed and felt like someone was sitting there. Pretty creepy stuff. Story number 16. Ask Reddit 1. Got an answer. It happened recently. This week, actually. I was walking through some woods. I don't live near the woods, it's just somewhere far from my house. And I felt a little off, and some strange things were also happening, such as birds suddenly flying away, bugs suddenly going silent, things like that. I decided to turn back as it was pitch black. I pretty much knew where the exit was, but I was worried that I'd ventured too far into the overgrowth. The trails were not very well worn, and it felt far from civilization. Eventually, I started hearing some leaves crunching. Thought it was just plants underneath my foot, but it wasn't in sync with my walking. But it was kind of trying to stay in sync, as if to trick me. I called out, but no one responded. Feeling creeped out, I got a little jog on, eventually finding a path that led out of the forest. But I felt like something was right behind me, and I was checking over my shoulder quite a lot. I've always been a little bit uncomfortable about walking alone, but at this moment felt straight up paranoid. It was then that I saw it, on one of my routines back. Checked my eye and I caught something. It was something quite wide and quite short, with a metallic body and a circular hole and window, a different colored spot in the middle. Too dark to really tell. It pursued me slowly and I bolted out of there. It seemed to be trying to communicate in some strange garbled noise, but I wasn't going to stick around and find out, so I got home, locked all the doors and didn't sleep much. Not going back there in the dark anytime soon, that's for sure. Story number 17. My paranormal experiences. So back in July last year, I used a spirit box app because I was bored. My coworker said that it was legit. I first used it when he was around, and I couldn't understand anything, but he looked scared. Well, that weekend I had the house to myself, and I was in my room. I've learned to make out the sound of someone touching my doorknob, and that's what I heard. A few weeks later, I have the house to myself again, and I was in my room again, but this time I heard walking in the hallway. That night I used the Spirit Box app again, and the first thing I heard was my name. Now I'm using another Spirit Box app that my coworker told me about, and like a week ago me and him made out the word run. Also the employee bathroom that has a urinal that's used to not flushing by itself, it's automated. But 1 month it kept doing that and just randomly stopped for months. Starts back up last month, but one night I'm sitting in the bathroom trying to avoid people on break, and it flushed by itself 10 plus times. I should note that the first month that it did this, it would only happen when I leave or enter the bathroom. This was a message I sent to my friend explaining my experiences, and a few days ago something else happened at work. I was messing with the shelf since I worked the night shift at the grocery store. Basically, I was in the aisle of a coworker and I heard a whisper directly in my ear saying my name. I know it wasn't my coworker, because she's a nice old Christian lady. Story number 18. Strange encounter in a national park in Australia. On Friday, I left work at lunchtime to go for an overnight bushwalk to a remote campsite in a national park that's about 60 kilometers from my work in Canberra. I decided not to take a tent as I was planning to sleep in a hut that has a fireplace, as it's still winter here. This hut is about 2 kilometers walk from any fire trails and it can only be reached by walking along a narrow foot track that climbs a hill for about 45 minutes. The hut only gets a handful of visitors each year due to how difficult it is to find and reach. My car was the only one in the car park, and I never passed anyone else on the way. There's only one track in and one track out to this place. When it got dark, I started a fire in the fireplace and had my dinner. I was tired, and I decided to go to sleep around 8:30 p.m. as I planned to get up early to walk back to my car early this morning. Around 1 a.m. I woke up to the sound of a loud machine, really loud, like being directly underneath a helicopter or something. When I peered through the hut's window, I could see bright lights flashing around, lighting up the trees, but I couldn't see the source of the light, which made me think that they were above me. There was no way I was going outside to investigate, so I just sat on a camp chair, wondering what the heck was outside. After a few minutes, both the sound and the light stopped suddenly, like they had never even been there. There was nowhere for anything to land nearby as the hut is in sort of a heavily treed area. After a few minutes, I got the courage to go outside with my head torch, and all I could see was some grass that had been slightly burned around the hut. Nothing else seemed to have been damaged or disturbed. I stayed up for the remainder of the night and left for my car just before daylight came. There's no way that a vehicle could get to that hut. I don't think that a search and rescue would have a helicopter up at night in such a remote area. There's no Air Force bases nearby either. The national park doesn't allow hunters, so I really have no idea what it was or what was even going on. I don't drink, use drugs, and I'm not on any medication that could alter my perception. Any ideas what that could have been? Has anyone else had a similar unexplained encounter, particularly around the Canberra in Australia? Story number 19. Ghost Encounter. Back when I was a little girl, maybe around 4 or 5, I remember being at my stepdad's apartment with my mom and 2 stepsisters. Me and my stepsisters were playing with the computer when we heard a thump in the closet. This closet was located right behind the computer, but a wall was separating the closet from us. Anyways, we peek over to see a Halloween decor scarecrow peeking out of the now very open glass closet. It was facing us and leaning out sideways, like it was purposely looking at us. Of course, we screamed and called for our parents that were sitting in the balcony having a smoke. I know it might sound silly, but I'm very positive that it was a ghost or spirit because this apartment was frequently engaged with paranormal activity. Like drawers opening and doors slamming and footsteps in the middle of the night when everyone was asleep. I think about this so often. Not that I'm scared anymore, I'm just wondering if it was an encounter or something along the lines of that. Story number 20. When I was a freshman in university, the dorm I was in had laundry facilities in the basement. As I was lugging my clothes down to the basement hall, I noticed that there was a hatch in the tile hallway that made a hollow and a reverberating thud when stepped on. Being a dipshit freshman, I tried to open it. No luck though. The hatch was heavy and crusted over with disuse. Went upstairs, got a strong friend, and we lifted it together. Beneath it was near pitch darkness, but we'd just entered the age of flashlight apps for the phones. They didn't really have their own, so we lit it up and saw what looked like a dank, not that kind of dank, concrete shaft, covered in cobwebs, dust, and weirdly wet everywhere. It extended underneath the floor in one direction, with a drop-off in about 15 feet. So we gathered a few more brave souls, set my roommate as a lookout for staff, and in case the hatch slammed shut on us, and dropped in. We were surrounded by plumbing, and it smelled like it. We crawled forward and found that the drop-off was only a few feet, and there was a plastic chair at the base of it, presumably to help land and get back up. It looked like it hadn't been touched in years. After we dropped down, the ceiling stayed the same height so we could walk properly. It was a long walk, though, and ended with a metal door. Opening that, we found ourselves in what seemed to be the housekeeper's storage. Several expansive rooms of supplies, from toiletries to road salt to all sorts of cleaning and plumbing and electrical equipment. On the other side of the storage rooms, we opened another door and came out to the basement on the far side of the building. All told, no monsters, no chase scene, just dust and toiletries, which we stole a few of in case the dorm bathroom ever ran low, which it did. Made for an exciting Nerf war when we snuck up on our enemies from behind, since they expected us from the, being on our own side. Story number 21. This freaked me out, and I feel and think that this is a perfect place to tell the story. So this isn't directly my experience, but it's two separate experiences that happened, or rather I happened to hear about, and kind of freaking me out too. So to start, my brother, very young, still in the crib, would always tell us that there's ooh-oohs. This is what he called them. He was literally one or two. Now we figured that he was talking about shadows, because in the daytime he'd point out the ooh-oohs, so we thought nothing of it. A couple of months of these oohs, we put him to bed one night, and around 30 minutes after, we hear him crying. I woke up my parents, got out of bed, and we go into his room. He's somehow under the stretchy part of the bed lining, but the bed lining is still perfectly wrapped around all four corners, and the dog seemed off. Now my brother was 16 when I randomly had a thought to ask him what those ooh-oohs, what they really were, and did he even remember them? And he told me yes. They were short shadow figure things with long beaks for faces. Now, many years after my brother's encounter, I was in high school. I was hanging out with my friends who never had met my brother because of the age gap, and we were talking about ghost experiences. And one said that he would see these figures walking around the neighborhood, and he only lived a mile or two away from me. I was being instantly interested, so I asked them what they looked like. And he said, yeah, they were little short black figures with long faces like a bird. And I was shocked. I told him what happened with my brother, and he didn't believe me. So I introduced my brother a couple of days after. And he told him, and yeah, everyone got freaked out. Nothing happened to me, but just hearing the same description from two people who don't know each other is absolutely creepy as hell. Story number 22. 3 paranormal things happened in the span of 30 minutes. Let me start off by saying a couple of things. I'm autistic, and I have a hard time narrowing down a story to a couple of lines, so this may be longer than it needs to be. Me and my mom are both believers. We have had plenty of experience with the paranormal in the past, and I've been open to the paranormal since a young age, whether that be shadow people, relatives that have passed on to come visit us, possessions, you name it. We've probably had some sort of an experience with it. I work as a delivery person. I deliver papers and ads in my city. I use a metal wagon cart to pull the papers and stuff them in, so that I can take more with me in one trip. I pull this behind me. It's kind of important to the story. I like to do this work in the evening because I like how quiet it is, and the fact that not many people are outside, so I can do my work in peace and to avoid talking to people. And this all happened in the span of 30 minutes, by the way. So, on to the encounters. The first paranormal thing that happened was a cold hand touched me on my right shoulder. It felt like a right hand. The hand was not icy cold, but as cold as a corpse, if that makes sense. It didn't put a lot of pressure on me. It was more as like to get my attention. Say you're walking behind someone and want their attention. I was pulling my cart behind me, so this simply wouldn't be possible for someone to touch my right shoulder with their right hand like that. I looked around in confusion, thinking to myself, okay, that's weird. I didn't see anyone or anything around me. The nearest people near me were across the parking lot. The second paranormal thing happened maybe 2 minutes after, on the same street as the first encounter. Just a little further away. I think they're related, but I'm not sure. There's a restaurant at the corner of my street in my town with automatic doors that you have to come closer to so that they'll open. You have to be within 1 to 2 meters of the door to register that it's a person, and then, in fact, open. I was walking 5 meters away from the door, and the door's open. I looked inside, didn't see anyone in the hallway. All I saw was the person at the register cleaning the counter. I walked past, not really thinking anything of it. I left my car at the corner of the street and crossed the street to deliver a few papers. I came back, grabbed another one for said restaurant, and went to put it in the mailbox. I turned to go, walk towards the mailbox, and I see the door opening again from quite far away. This time, I was a good 7 meters away from the sensor, and behind a pillar that's in front of the restaurant, so I couldn't have triggered it. I walked around the pillar and felt something shoving and kicking me in the butt. It wasn't hard, and it also didn't hurt, but it was enough to make me stumble and force me to take another step. I look around me, and again, there was no one there. I thought maybe it was those people I saw in the parking lot earlier, but they were quite far away by then. I wasn't scared as much as I was unnerved. Those two things happened so close together. I called my mom right as this happened and told her what I was, kind of going through. And while on the phone with her, I continued to walk my route, and everything was fine. I moved on to the next section without anything else really happening, and I hung up. The third thing happened in the next section of my route, and completely freaked me out. One of the streets I have to deliver on is a cul-de-sac type of street. It goes downhill for a little bit and it wraps around some other houses and comes out on the other side of them. There is a lamp post shining its light into the street where the cul-de-sac begins. I entered the first part of the street that goes down and put my cart down so I could deliver some more houses. I was halfway down the street when I saw the train of a dress fly by around the corner where I just came from. Up by the beginning of the cul-de-sac. I don't mean flying as if a person was hovering off the ground. I mean flying in the sense of a person was running past. And the train was following behind them. Think of a typical scary movie where a ghost runs around the corner and you just catch a glimpse of them. It wasn't an actual person because the light didn't get obstructed. But I just saw that dress. I quickly finished the street, grabbed my cart, and stood underneath a lamppost where I felt safe and called my mom. She told me that she was on her way already. Since our last call, she said that I sounded really scared and I sounded freaked out. And hearing me now, I was almost hyperventilating. I told her it wasn't necessary, and I'd stay in the streetlights, and in parts that were lit well. I would do them tomorrow during the day. She then came to me anyways, and came with me as I finished the rest of my route. I was mostly done anyways, so it wasn't too long. When we came home, we looked some things up about it, and we tried a few things to protect me from the paranormal entities. I'm wearing my crystal bracelets again, and I will not be taking them off for a week. I personally think the first two incidents are related. Maybe the cold hand was trying to warn me for the push and kick I would receive a little later. Or they were trying to get my attention with their hand when I didn't respond, and gave me a shove to get my attention further. For the third thing, though, I don't know, it really just freaked me out and I can't connect them. I am freaked out and I'm still quite anxious about the whole thing. For now, I will not be doing my work during the evening, and I'll be doing it during the day. That's the end of tonight's stories. As usual, hope that you guys drop a comment and help us along with growing this channel, and I'll see you later. See ya. Step into the unknown with us, right here at Paranormal M. We bring you stories that'll make you question the very fabric of reality. Remember to subscribe and turn on notifications to stay current with our latest mind-bending narratives. By the way, we see and appreciate your comments. It helps us with that algorithm. We hope you have a thought-provoking time listening. Unknown visitor while pregnant. When I was about 5 months pregnant with my daughter, I was getting ready to go to sleep. Had a show on and I was zoning out. So I clicked off the TV and got comfy, but felt like someone was staring at me. I opened my eyes to see a man standing at the foot of my bed, leaning on a staff. He looked like a desert traveler, a turban, a cloak, the whole shebang. The part that threw me was when he realized that I could see him. He straightened up and had his "oh crap" look on his face. I threw the blankets over my head and started smacking my ex awake. I had him get up, check the entire house and the cameras. Wish I still had that footage because you could see me having a very noticeable reaction to something. Alas, this was in 2016, and I've moved a couple of times since. 2 months later, I was in bed again. Room was blacked out, and I was ready for a third trimester nap when I noticed a white ball of light floating down my ceiling towards my stomach. When it touched me, it felt like I was dipped in the most amazing pool of water, and my daughter kind of shook, you could say, like crazy, before she settled down. Ask Reddit. I come from a pretty middle-class family, all wholesome. I have BPD, and in my teens I smoked weed, drank, took a lot of shrooms, hung out with the guys that stole cars, shoplifted. I used to hitchhike a lot as we lived pretty rurally. My first real took my virginity girlfriend was a pretty hectic chick from Ukraine who grew up in Russia. Long story short, she suddenly ghosted me, but eventually I found out she was seeing someone else, and obviously I saw red and had to find out. So I hitched into town to her house at about midnight. The guy who picked me up was around 40 or so, and he asked what I was doing on the highway hitchhiking. He was worried because he had a daughter the same age, 17. He asked advice on how to deal with her better, and he listened. I felt a huge respect from him. He asked why I was hitchhiking at midnight. I told him why. All he said was, "Be careful, this could be a big moment in your life." The ride I got home was the big one, though. So I get to her house, and long story short, cops were called. I sprinted through backyards and through drains and alleys to get back to my hitching spot at the start of the highway. As I'm running down to the road, I see a car. A miracle, as it's 3 a.m. now. The car actually stopped. I open the door, and it's the nicest smelling car, and the driver is a lovely, probably 70-year-old lady, and she says, "Are you going to rob me?" And I laughed, and I said, "Only if you don't rob me," and I hopped in. We rode in mostly silence, but toward the end she said, "You remind me of someone I lost long ago. I know things will get better for you soon." And eventually I got home. I had a little granny flat away from the house, so I snuck in and jumped into bed. Literally 20 seconds later, I hear my stepdad walking from the house to my room on the phone saying, "Think you got the wrong person." He barges in and is like, "Something 213. You here?" "Yeah, why?" "The police are on the phone. They're looking for you." And hands me the phone. Here's the cop talking. Blah, 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 blah. Ex-girlfriend says you smashed her window and blah, 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 blah. Me. Been here all night. Cop again. Where's that? Me. Small town, 20 minutes drive from her house. Cop. Okay, good night. If that car hadn't pulled up, why the fuck was an old lady driving around at 3 a.m.? I'd been put away and my life fucked in that process. I cleaned my shit up after high school, and I'm doing very well now. But my whole life would have been very different if it weren't for that otherworldly old lady. Story number 3. We both saw the lady with no face. This took place when my sister and I were younger, her being 8 and I 10. We used to live in a 2-bed, 2-bath apartment. I remember always feeling uneasy and just seeing things from the corner of my eye. We watched a lot of Ghost Whisperer, a family of 3 back then as well. Well, one night I remember abruptly waking up from my sleep and shooting straight up in bed. It took some time for my eyes to adjust, but I vividly remember seeing this all-white figure. It was shaped like a woman and a bit transparent as well, and from what I could tell, she wore an old Victorian-style dress. The ones that made the butt look more pronounced. And she had an umbrella that looked to have a lace on the trimmings. It was such a vivid sight that I still think about it every now and then. But anyways, I see her gliding to my sister's part of the bed. And she had bent down so slowly it almost was barely noticeable. Now, she was face to face with my sleeping sister. I remember fixating on her empty face. There was nothing. As I'm trying to find even a slight facial feature, I just felt like she wasn't even looking at my sister at that point, but me. She stayed in that position, not budging even the slightest. I remember feeling panicked, almost like I wasn't supposed to witness what I've been seeing. I remember feeling as if time had stopped, whilst I was trying my best to go unnoticed and laying back down. And once I was, I immediately pulled the covers over my head, just in case she planned to be face to face with me as well. I didn't want to wake up seeing that. So once the morning came around, I wanted to ask my sister if she heard or saw anything, at least that night before. I was really conflicted with her being so young. I didn't want to scare her, but I had to know. I said something along the lines of, "Did you wake up in the middle of the night too?" And I shit you not, she told me she was scared to tell me that there was a woman who was just staring at me. I had asked her to describe the woman and she gave me the same description. All white, puffy bum dress with an umbrella, and of course, no face. I had asked her to tell me as much as she remembered. She told me she woke up shooting straight up in bed and looking at my side, and seeing that this woman was already bent down face to face with me. She said she felt the woman was nice because she felt no harm from me or her. So she simply turned over and went back to sleep. Of course, I was freaked out by what my 8-year-old sister had told me, because up until then I really was thinking it was because of a ghost show that we were constantly watching together. We spoke about it a while ago, and she says that she still remembers how she looks as well. A potential accident caused by a demonic entity. My dad used to come home late at night, around 12 from work. This happened 10 to 15 years ago, on the same spot, again and again. The road was empty, no one lived around. First night. My dad was coming back home late. It was on his bike. Suddenly a dog came in front of him out of nowhere. He lost his balance, fell down. It was dark and no one was around. He looked around to see if that dog was okay, but that dog had already disappeared. He came back home and he didn't think much of it. Second night. The next day when he was coming back, he suddenly felt that someone was sitting behind him. He turned back to see, but no one's there. After a couple of seconds later, he felt as if someone grabbed his shoulders and started jumping on the back seat. He moved his hand around, but no one's there. This activity continued. A car was coming from the opposite side, and that entity pushed him in front of that car with the intention to cause an accident. Luckily, that car's driver turned to the other side and avoided the accident. My dad fell down and was hurt badly. Still remember that night of him coming back home covered in bandages. A few days later, he was coming back. Suddenly, his bike broke down. It wasn't starting. He tried hard to restart it, but it just wouldn't. Called my mom, explaining her about what was happening. My mom got scared, as she felt something was about to go down. She asked him to chant some holy prayers. He doesn't believe in all these things, so he denied. He said, "If you're that scared, then you can chant all you want." We saw a van coming, and that person stopped by to ask him about what happened. My dad explained how his bike just broke down and it wasn't starting. And that person just tried once, and it started right up. Thankfully, he came back home safely. My mom tried to investigate it, came to the conclusion that it was a demonic entity, but couldn't find the possible reason of these happenings. My Pierre Cheney experience. I have two buddies, The three of us are avid fishermen, while myself and Dave, as we'll call him for now, they're active hunters and outdoorsmen. Over the last 3 months, we've discussed a trip up to property that I inherited in November, which is located in Giggling. I know the property and grew up going there. It was more or less just a matter of getting the money to do the trip. The time finally came to do the trip on September 16th. So, at 3:30 a.m., we packed up Dave's F-150 and headed north on I-75. Originally, the plan was to head straight to Giggling, but I heard of this quote-unquote ghost town in the woods a little south of Giggling. So, naturally, I pitched the idea of stopping to my friends, which they excitedly accepted. Upon arrival around 10 a.m., we walked in the woods behind the cemetery, which was fairly nice. We momentarily got turned around, but found our way back to the main cemetery plot. We walked around, paid respect to the stones, and enjoyed the historical aspect. We go to the front of the cemetery, and this is where things got weird. We look across the cemetery and notice two things right away. 1. Every single tree in the cemetery is dead, while everything surrounding the cemetery is very much alive. 2. It is dead silent. There is no noise of the woods or anything else. It is simply, deathly quiet. As we leave, we see a murder, which is a group of crows. Dave states that that's our cue, so we start heading to the truck. As we walk to the truck, we hear a scream from the woods, which caused us to sort of more or less hightail it out of the cemetery. Since leaving, all of us have been experiencing weird things. This is a fairly conclusive list of everything that we've experienced. Shortly after getting out of the cemetery driveway back onto a regular dirt road, my friend accelerates his truck and suddenly loses control, causing us to crash the truck into the woods. We were able to ensure everything's fine on the truck and back it out, and I would consider that fairly weird. Upon arriving home, all of us became ill and are still suffering from some kind of sickness close to a flu or some kind of cold. Most recently, I have noticed things falling off counters in my house, and I heard whispers at off times, which I've brushed off for the most part, before Dave's girlfriend informed us that an entity or something along those lines could have followed us home. My 4 paranormal experiences as a 25-year-old Australian Indigenous man. So the first experience happened when I was 7 or 8 years old. We lived in a suburb called Malden in Darwin, Northern Territory. There were these Aboriginals from a community called the Menengrida that lived up the road from us, and they were notorious for having a lot of domestic violence and always having cops and ambulances over their house. What happens when the families fight is they start doing black magic on each other and sending evil spirits and curses to each other. One night, the cats and the dogs in the neighborhood were extremely vocal. The dogs couldn't stop barking, and the cats were meowing and running from drain to drain trying to find somewhere to hide. This went on for a good 4 hours until about 12 or 1 a.m. Me and my mom were still sleeping, and my sister came running into the house saying, "Get up, there's an alien ship outside." We get up and go outside. Fair enough, there's something that's silver-colored and shaped like a typical saucer as you see in the movies right above the Aboriginal's house. I think I remember this story. Moving on. It had lights underneath and it projected onto the ground, going in circles. They were a light blue color, and from the outside going into the center. It was the biggest to smallest, and they were circular shaped. The lights just kept twirling around, and I wish I took a video, but back then, phones weren't really common. And even if you did have a good phone, the camera quality was terrible in the early 2000s. It stayed there for a very long time and then left. The next day, we heard of kids that had followed it on their BMX bikes from different suburbs away. This wasn't the only time it happened. It happened at least twice, and every single time it would start off with the dogs and cats in the neighborhood going crazy. I know it wasn't a fake prop because of the animals, and at least 7 to 10 other witnesses that have seen it. I saw a video on YouTube of cats sensing earthquakes before they hit because they have supersonic hearing. And I've also heard that before a natural catastrophe like a flood happens, animals will seek high ground day before it happens. They know things that we don't, for sure. The second weird thing that I saw was that we had made a trip to Alice Springs. My sister was dating one of the boys that were from that house and that family. When we were in Alice Springs late at night, we happened to see another weird thing which very closely resembles the old PS2 startup screen with the colored balls twirling around each other. There was 4 lights. They were colored orange, green, blue, and red, just twirling around each other in a pattern, maybe 12 feet in the air. It was so strange for it to be so prominent and just stay there for that long, and allowing us to see it. My sister told me 15 years later that the reason the lights were following us was because her boyfriend had a curse on him. He was an accessory to murder. He had given one of his relatives an axe to go and kill his wife, and the lights had followed us like 1,500 kilometers all the way from Darwin. The third time was at my property in Berry Springs, maybe 60 kilometers outside of Darwin City. A lot of people started telling us that they see lights on our property, and it's a rural property with lots of land because I'm a traditional owner. We thought it was thieves trying to come on our property with flashlights and steal stuff while we were sleeping. I was only around 11 or 12 years old when I saw the light for myself. It was late at night again, and I was going down to the stairs because the toilet in the house was broken, and I had to use the outside toilet. About 30 meters away, underneath a mango tree, I see a faint light, like an old torch when it loses its battery and it starts to turn brown. I was about to yell out because I thought I was about to catch the thief, but very quickly I realized that it was gliding and sort of bobbing up and down. And maybe it noticed that I saw it, so the light went from a dim brown to an immaculate gold color. I can't even describe the color, but if it was like a small piece of the sun right in front of me at night. It's like when you see a lightning strike and it lights up the entire area around it. Well, I saw it in a small compact ball the size of a basketball. There's no man-made thing in this world that could match the brightness that I saw that night. It was incredibly bright. It opened my brain to a whole new brightness that I've never seen in my life. It was kind of like a human spirit because it turned the corner as it was, kind of like it was walking. It didn't go through the wall that was nearby and it stayed on the footpath. I would have stayed and stared at it heading in the opposite direction, but as soon as I seen it turn the corner, I immediately thought that it could easily turn back around and come charging straight at me. I got incredibly scared, ran back up the stairs. What made it worse was when I got home, I was alone and I couldn't go outside and pee. There's a common name for these lights called min-min lights, but I'm not sure if that's what I saw that night because I've heard of people seeing the lights that were either green or red, but this one was a strange type of gold that I've never seen on this earth. The fourth time was when my uncle was dating an Aboriginal woman from a community called the Borroloola, and she had a niece whom my sister befriended. There are these things called hairy men. They are ugly little creatures that can pop into the spiritual realm and our realm. Kids are given these creatures as protectors, apparently, and they can hop into the owner's body and help them fight. My sister and her friend that lived with us was stupid enough to accept one of these creatures as a friend. And that's when a lot of crazy things started happening in that house. For example, as we were taking showers, we would hear little giggles and knocks on the door. My mom would fall asleep in the lounge and wake up in a whole different spot, usually by the front door. There was lots of other things that happened that I can't remember because this was at least 13 years ago. But we were eating dinner one night, and for some reason they loved coming out and tormenting us when it was a stormy night, and when it was raining heavily. Well, I happened to see one of its faces just peeking up from underneath the table looking at her food. I got a very quick glimpse of it. It had pale skin, a scar on its face going from top to bottom, and black hair that was very thin and horse-like. Immediately, I got up and screamed and threw the ashtray at it, but it disappeared. We left the house that night, and the next day all of our plates had no food on it. We had to go into town and find some Aboriginal men that knew how to get rid of these things through black magic. They came to the house and it was doing all kinds of chants and rituals. We even heard it in a bush nearby. One of the guys threw a rock at it. It made a dull thumping sound as if it hit flesh, and that was the last we ever sort of had of any paranormal experiences with them. When they were in our house before the men came, I experienced my fourth paranormal encounter. We all started sleeping together in the lounge room because we were too scared to sleep alone, for obvious reasons. I was the only one awake, and I couldn't help but feel there was a presence in the house. I stayed up for maybe 4 hours looking around the room because I felt like it could pop up out of nowhere and I would easily see it. Well, it didn't show itself to me that night, but what it did do is start slamming the cupboard doors violently at least 6 times. I literally didn't hear any footsteps in the house that night, but it was just on the other side of the wall, slamming the cupboards really hard like it was angry. And that was the most frightening experience of my life, because I was the only person experiencing this. It's true that your fear feeds evil entities, because I was scared that night and I was really focusing on it, giving it my energy, and it was really hard to go to sleep that night knowing that this thing had physical strength. But I did end up going to sleep that night out of pure exhaustion of staying up real late. All in all, these experiences have helped me build my faith in becoming a Christian man, because I know for sure that demons exist. Story number 7. Haunted Front Door. I live in the Philippines, and here, wakes for the dead are usually done on streets, especially if you don't have a budget to rent a funeral place. Back when I was very little, every time a wake is being conducted at our neighborhood, our front door always slowly opens. Being a try-hard cool kid, I always believed that it was just the wind, so I didn't have any problems with it. 10 years later, I'm 20 years old, and it still happens from time to time. And one morning I was getting ready to head out for a midnight party. Right before I unlocked the door, I remember that I didn't grab my keys in my room. 3 seconds after I walked away from the door, it opened slowly with a 4-inch gap. I looked at it astonished, thinking, how can it be? I am 100% sure it was locked. Slowly walked near the door, and that's when it closed hard, right in front of my face. I got chills, and I decided to call my friends to just pick me up as I was alone in the house. I don't want to touch the door anymore. While waiting for my friends to come, the door keeps on opening and closing hard, and I'm sure it's not the wind, and I'm also sure it's no person. I was alone in our house, and all my family members are out on vacation. I was sitting on our couch looking at the door and doing it over and over again. After 20 minutes, I heard my friend's voice outside, so I got a little bit relieved, only to hear knocks and my friend say, "Open the door, Chris, it's still locked." I grabbed the doorknob to check if it was, and it was. We replaced the door now because it got destroyed after a massive storm hit our place, and somehow I still don't feel safe about it. Story number 8. World War II Filipino Soldier. I have a grandfather who served during World War II in the Philippines. Whenever we meet up in his house, he always serves us hot cocoa and told stories about the war. The best of his old memory he can remember anyway. One time we were there with my cousins. Someone asked him what was the most unforgettable memory that he'll never forget about the war, and the story goes like this. My father is Antonio Miguel Jalima, currently 97 years old, but is still very healthy for a 97-year-old. He was in the Philippine Army back in World War II and is deployed on September 1st, 1941 by General MacArthur. He was still in his teenage years to early 20s back then, and he was assigned as an office clerk for the Army. Nothing memorable happened back then until the night of March 27, 1942, where he was assigned as a reinforcement for the Battle of Bataan. Everyone was surprised, but they all knew that this was bound to happen because of the outcome of the defense of the Filipino soldiers and American soldiers facing. With actual terror from their faces, they accepted their fate. A lot of officers are boosting their morale by giving packs of cigarettes, polishing or cleaning their boots or helmets for free. And when it's time to go, my grandfather rode in the truck, and it was packed with soldiers. Everyone is singing the Philippine hymn, and until you know it, it still brings chills to my grandfather. As they get closer and closer to the battlefield, bombs and mortar fire can be heard. He always highlights how heavy the smoke is in the forest, and how vulnerable Mount Samat was to the Japanese below and to the Japanese Navy planes. It's very difficult to go up Mount Samat to begin with because it's surrounded by Japanese, but fellow locals sneak companies of soldiers up every night to bring support and supplies to the soldiers holding above. My grandfather couldn't believe that he was climbing up a mountain surrounded by enemy troops. Whenever he thinks of it now, he brags of how lucky he was that he survived. A couple of days passed with intense bombardment from the Japanese Navy, planes, mortars, and battleship artillery. They're intensely degrading the morale of every soldier up on the mountain. There's a time where there's some soldiers shooting themselves just to escape the intense nature that they were in. My grandfather was assigned as a sniper back then, but he wasn't very good because he didn't have proper training. He remembers that there were too many enemy troops that can be seen below. Whenever you pop your head up from cover, it's a sure hit because of the amount of bullets flying up the mountain. His fellow snipermen make makeshift dummies to lure bullets in just for them to sneak out from the bush and just get a little bit of a shot. A week almost passed when their food supply ran out, and a lot are dying from hunger and disease. A lot are also being shot and amputated by mortar shells, bullets, and everything you can imagine. They were really surrounded from land to air. They can't do anything about it. The horses they used to carry supplies were eaten to the bone. Some even chew the bone to pieces just for themselves to have the gratification of eating. Some eat grass, some eat plants, some eat worms. They eat their leather garments and their fingernails. Everyone's hope came down when the Japanese propaganda threw pamphlets on the mountain, saying the U.S. and Philippine armies surrendered, and that if they didn't surrender now, they won't survive. Even with no hope and in starvation, a lot of them still chose to defend the mountaintop. With death slowly approaching them, some unleashes their bravery by running while shooting and shouting at the enemy, who's almost at the top with them. They did this to death. Ammo supplies are at a low. They don't have anything to defend themselves but boulders and stones in which they roll down the mountain or throw so enemy troops can't go up at ease. Every day hundreds of men are lost. And when the day came that they were taken over by the Japanese forces, my grandfather pretended to be dead. He covered himself in blood from his friends' dead bodies, slit a huge line in his arm so it looked like he was bleeding. So he was one of the lucky ones who made it through, because Japanese troops tend to shoot dead bodies or stab them to see if they were really dead, and there were a few who died because of that. He was soon taken as a POW, which is short for prisoner of war, by the way. And when he was taken, he saw countless bodies of his friends, headless, bodiless. Some are literally in pieces. Some are even crucified by the Japanese. Some are still alive, but hung upside down with barbed wire. Some are fighting for their life while their toes being sliced slowly for fun. He remembers seeing white smoke coming from the bodies, thinking that it was the soul leaving the body. You can't hear a sound from the forest down below, even a single cricket, none, as if time was paused, and the silent screams, too, are making the place feel sacred, as if there's an invisible parade where souls are marching. Imagine the terror and horror my grandfather had to face. Can't imagine myself being in that situation. If anyone's curious, just search Battle of Bataan and Mount Samat. Because of that, I have deep respect to our veterans who fought the war and experienced this, and lived through it. And his description of the spirits always stuck with me. Hopefully, they all get what they deserve. Pagpag, a Filipino tradition. Here in the Philippines, there's a tradition called pagpag, wherein after you visit a wake, you need to stop over any place and stay there for a couple of minutes before going home. This is because it's believed that the soul of the person you attended the wake goes with you, and stopping over in a place before going home makes the ghost lost, or makes the ghost just stay there and not follow you home. There was a time back when I'm just 10 or 12 years old. A relative died, and to pay respect, my family and I attended his wake in the province. We stayed there and gave our condolences for about 6 hours, where my parents just comfort the family of the dead and listen to the stories of his family. As a child, the pagpag tradition is what I look forward to, because for me it's guaranteed a free McDonald's meal or any food before we go home. We left the wake past midnight. Rain was pouring like crazy. My parents agreed to just head straight home this time because of the rain, so that we can make it home before the flood takes over the area. Disappointed, I pretended to see my uncle, the one who died, at the back of our car. My parents laughed at me, knowing it's one of my desperate attempts to get a free meal, from this pagpag. Failed to catch their attention. I sat down and I accepted it. I slept almost the entire duration of our travel. It took almost 1 hour and a half for us to really reach our house. My mother carried me to our house when we arrived. Awoken by the sudden movements of my mother carrying me, I opened my eyes to see my dead uncle waving at me inside our car as we walked slowly to our house. Surprised, I said it to my mother right away. She just patted me and said, "Go back to sleep." I got too scared to even leave my bedroom because of this, and it took months just for me to, just stop caring about it. Now that I'm over 20, I recall to tell this to my parents again and said that I wasn't lying. I really saw our dead uncle in our car that night. I was surprised when both my mother and my father said they saw him too. Ever since I quote-unquote pretended initially that I saw him, they saw him that moment. I was asleep where they prayed and asked my uncle's ghost to not be with us to our house. They said they always see him in our car every time we or they use it, to the point that they agreed to just sell our car a year after that incident. The car was sold to one of my father's friends, and lately I found out that that car got a major accident on the highway, which resulted to my father's friend being half paralyzed his whole rest of his life. And to make it more unsettling, my uncle died because of a road accident too. I still believe that my uncle respected our request to not follow us home that night. That's why he only stayed inside of our car. Rest in peace, Uncle. Something or someone crawled on me while I was sleeping. Story number 10. So the other day I decided to take a nap after I got off work. I don't nap often, maybe like twice a month if anything. And I've noticed that when I do nap, I can never fully let my mind shut off. So when I quote-unquote fall asleep, I'm never in an actual deep sleep. I feel like I'm somewhere between asleep and awake. Still aware of my surroundings with my eyes closed, if that makes any sense. Well, when I was napping on this particular day, I felt something crawling up the edge of my bed, and it made its way over my body. I was laying on my side, and I had a blanket up to my chin, so I couldn't see what it was, but it felt like a man, and at first I thought it was my husband, as he had gone to the gym and thought maybe he came back, and he was just maybe messing with me. But as its head got closer to mine, it kept making a loud breathing sound, and in my sleep, I remember I could see my room, and I was basically barely going to take a peek at it, and it looked like a man wearing a white mask. It kind of reminded me of the Jason mask, but I couldn't really tell because my vision was like when you're barely opening your eyes, you can only see a little bit and it's kind of blurry. I could feel his weight on top of me, and I kept feeling the breathing on me. And then the thing or man started trying to suck on my ear, and I could feel the sensation, but at this point I realized I was in sleep paralysis, and I couldn't wake up. I kept pushing my body to try to wake myself up, and finally I was able to. And when I woke up for real, I looked and there was nobody there, and my husband was still at the gym. I know it's super creepy, but for some reason I wasn't scared at all. Also, my dog was napping next to me, completely passed out, and I feel like if it was something bad, he would have sensed it, woken up, and barked. Story number 11. Comment your opinions. Man, I'm just speechless. Dogs in my neighborhood in a radius of around 100 meters keep on howling after 11 or so. I usually sleep by 1. Until that time, I hear them howling time and time, sometimes continuously. This thing is happening for a long time, too. A month ago, in front of I saw like 5 or 6 dogs, and they made a circle and kept on barking as if someone was standing in the center. It was around 12:30 a.m. Another day I had my earbuds on with the song playing, and I heard someone calling my name. It wasn't like I heard it, I felt it. Right now, while I'm writing this, I'm getting goosebumps, getting chills. While I'm in my room, it feels like someone is walking through my garden, which is separated by a wall from my study room. Once, I even saw my mother going from door 1 to door 2 through the TV room. She didn't return from the door 2, so I just went in that direction but couldn't find her, so I went through door 1 and found she was asleep in that room. The TV room has 3 doors, and the third door connects to my study. Once my mother saw a towel floating in air through door 2, and she thought it was me, so to catch me, she called out to me. I said yes from the third door, and my parents were stunned. I went to door 2 and saw that the towel was lying on the floor. My father instructed me to go to sleep at that moment. Story number 12. Did anyone have this happen when they were younger? I'm 19 now, and I live in Florida. I grew up in Illinois. For as long as I can remember, there was a thing that I would always see in my peripherals or just barely get a glimpse at whenever I'd be outside or at my basement. It was always a tall woman, maybe 7 or 8 feet, that would either stand next to a tree or behind me, and every time I'd go get a full look, she would be gone. I'd see her almost every day because I loved playing outside. One time I got a very good look at her. I was playing in the snow in my backyard and fell on my back. I saw her face, a very skinny white woman with no eyes, or dark eyes. Couldn't tell because when I shot up she was gone. Ever since then, I would see her hiding in the trees or peering through the door in the office inside the basement when I would watch TV. I was always so scared of her that ever since I saw her in the hallway outside my bedroom, I've slept with my door closed. When I moved to Florida when I was 15, I stopped seeing her until, I guess, around April when I was 17. I was walking my dog at sunset, and around the neighborhood was trees to hide the train tracks and the paths. I noticed her standing in the entrance to a path watching me, so I quickly walked home and looked out my bedroom window, but couldn't see anything. This woman or thing has frightened me my whole childhood, so I was wondering if anyone had any answers about what I could have been seeing. Story number 13. Florida has a lot of native hauntings. I live in Palm Beach County. I will not say my friends and I have experienced a lot, but I'll tell a few stories of things that we have experienced. Our first ever encounter was when 3 of us decided to go on a trail at night. The trail is near a native battleground from the Seminole War. I don't know how to pronounce that. Maybe you guys can tell me. Seminole. Seminole? From the Seminole War, near the Tree of Tears. Being a couple of dumb teenagers, we went on a trail at around 7 p.m. when it was getting dark in the summer. We walked down the canal, because most of the trails were either flooded or we'd sink in the mud. Us being dumb, we decided to whistle as we laughed throughout the whole time. When we saw a berm that we could climb over, we did, and decided to head toward the wooded area. We turned right and realized how dark it was. We got to another turn and turned right again, because left was blocked by a fallen tree. As we approached a fork in the road, we weren't sure which way to go as we were talking until we heard the most deep and aggressive growl come from above us. We freaked out and ran back to the path that we were on, and we were deciding if we should go straight through the blocked path or go back the way we came. We decided to head back, but then we went right instead of going to the berm because we wanted to still have fun. As we stopped because of flashlight dying, we heard the same exact growl come from in front of us. We ran to the berm and got to the canal. As we were walking back to the car, we heard a, "Hey!" And as we looked over, an owl soared over us and screeched. We ran back to the car and didn't say anything the whole drive back. Another was when we were all staying the night at a friend's house partying. We were all tired, so we decided to go to bed. My friend and I got to sleep on the couches in the living room near the sliding door. The sliding door was always open because it was broken, so after my friend and I made jokes, we decided to sleep. 30 minutes after, we heard a shotgun rack at the door and we both shot up and got to cover, because our friend's brother was a felon and is known to break in and steal things. We called a friend and we searched the whole property but never saw a thing. A final one was my friend's story. He was out at the Canal and camping spot with his girlfriend, quote-unquote, having fun in his car, when he noticed something staring at him from the other side of the canal. He got out and flashed his flashlight to see it pushing down on the palmetto bushes, staring at him. He shoved his girlfriend in the car and he drove away. Saw another one start to walk out the trees towards his car. He's convinced that it was a skunk ape. Skunk ape? Nine-year-old seeing paranormal experiences. I recently moved to a house in Salina, Texas. We're originally from the New York and New Jersey area. Me too. And have been here a year, and 10 months to be exact. I have 3 kids, and one of them, who's in 2nd grade, is starting to experience paranormal things. Yesterday, she saw a black cat, the TV flickering, and our 16-year-old Yorkie with a halo that we had put down about a week ago. She mentioned she's seeing a man with a white tie in my office. She explained that she doesn't necessarily see figures, but spot or white spirit-like objects. She was crying frantically, but I convinced her that God will protect her. She slept with us and even woke up in the middle of the night and was saying out loud, "Leave her alone!" She was protecting her sister. This was a lot to take on one night. She's even saying that she feels cold and hot at different times, and signs of her stomach being upset. When she was barely 5, she asked a lot of questions about God and the afterlife. I honestly think my daughter has a gift. However, I believe with that gift comes good and bad. We know someone who's also gifted that's going to talk her about what she's seeing and what she's feeling. We're not afraid. We were instructed to sage the house immediately, but I was wondering if anything or anybody had any thoughts or ideas. Perhaps others that have experienced similar or the same things. Does anyone on here know what this is? If any of you on here could help me with this, it would be life-changing. This has caused me extreme distress, and I would do anything to finally fix it. I started meditating about 5 years ago. I had done it before, but not as deep as I was going now. I don't know if it was the technique or what, but the method I was doing was training me to go longer and longer without a single thought. It was simply sit down, feel your body, and that was it. If you have a thought, let it go, and focus on the feeling of your body. So longer and longer I would go without a thought over the coming months. I did this for sleep. I've always had insomnia since I was in middle school. And it worked. I was finally beginning to get asleep on my own. Usually I had to take an over-the-counter sleeping pill. But something started to happen the longer this would go on. Over time, and I swear this was real, and I'm not making this up, and it has caused me extreme distress. Over time, as I would often meditate, I would start to hear sounds. The TV would start clicking, almost as if it was cold and then it got hot, like it was settling. Same with the knocks on the walls. The knocks would sound like an old house readjusting to different temperatures. That's what the sound sounded like. Okay, no big deal, just a click in the TV or a creak in the walls. But the more I meditated, day after day, the more these sounds would pick up in activity, and I noticed that I wasn't hearing them when I wasn't meditating. Maybe once a day I would hear the sounds. So the sounds seemed to be related to my meditations themselves. But I kept meditating. It was weird, but it wasn't anything distressing. But as the days went by, I would put myself into such a deep state that when I heard a sound, I would jump out of my state real quick like you would if somebody was to jump scare you. They seemed to be getting louder too. Around this time, a new phenomenon started happening. I started having involuntary movements. Now, when I was in that state of no thought, I had sound activity picking up to jump scare me, and now my arms and legs would randomly jerk. And again, it seemed to only happen when I meditated. And at first, the involuntary movement was light, but as time would go on, my arms, legs, and head would jerk more and more violently. The weird thing was, all this stuff would affect my meditation and immediately take me out of that state that I had cultivated. Yet, I still meditated daily. The next thing that started happening was I would start to realize the knocks on the wall weren't the only sounds I was hearing. I was hearing furniture moving in the other room. And now this activity was not only happening when I meditated, but all the time when I was alone in my house. It got so bad that one day I was taking a shower and I thought I heard someone break into my house. It sounded like somebody kicking in my front door. And I'd get out of the shower and look around and there's nothing. Got to the point where I was hearing all these noises all the time that I couldn't tell if somebody else was in the house or not. Worst of all, the scariest part, was it would also pick up its activity when I would read. It would make a noise the exact time I would quote-unquote get into the book, effectively preventing me from being able to read. It felt extremely creepy, like there was a ghost deliberately tormenting me that was able to tell when my mind would get into a sort of state. It felt like a conscious entity that was sent to torment me and prevent me from going any further or any deeper into a meditative state. It also seemed to be purposefully trying to make me feel like somebody was in the house when I was alone. There was an incident where I heard this super strange noise in the middle of the living room. My cat jumped almost out of her skin, she got so spooked. This activity never happened when I had someone else in the house with me. This caused me so much despair and distress that I began to drink, as alcohol was the only thing that made it kind of stop. It's been 5 years since all of that, and I'm now sober for a month. First time being sober since this happened. When I started drinking because of all this, I began to drink every night so I could sleep and at least had a couple of hours every day to be free from the torment. But I'm ready to start practicing spiritually again and meditating, but I have to know what all that activity and torment was all about. What it was, what caused it, and how to prevent it. I feel like I'm being watched, and I'm intrigued. So for starters, I'm a Muslim, which means I believe that it's a jinn. It isn't uncommon for people, at least in my family, to have experiences with these guys. Both of these incidents happened at night when I was trying to sleep. Also, they started by the time my grandmother died. Before that, I never experienced anything like this. The first incident. I was visiting cousins and sleeping in the same room as them. It was the middle of the night, and, being an insomniac, I couldn't sleep at all. I heard someone, hey, 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 a loud whisper. It sounded like a boy my age. At first I thought it was my cousin, but she was asleep. Or, supposing they mean he, says she. I asked her the next morning what her dream was about and if she had said anything like that, to which she answered no. The second incident. I was in bed and it was the middle of the night. I couldn't sleep again. This time it went from 5 to 50 real quick. I was lying down on my left side and felt something sit and lean on my torso. And I felt elbows digging into my skin so much so that it hurt. Still haven't opened my eyes, which now that I think about it was pretty much me having no sense of danger. But I felt something come closer to my ear and I hear it loud and clear. Visit. As if the boy was growing up with me, I replied, "Who's there?" Then I opened my eyes, but no one was there and it was pitch black. You bet I didn't sleep that night, but when I did get a few Z's, it was something on my stomach like crawlers killing me. White skin, empty eyes, long limbs. I get told that I shouldn't try to communicate with Jinn because I think that once you do, they don't leave you alone until you force them to hit the road. Now this is a bit late since this actually happened a few weeks back. It was at night again. I was wide awake. It was around 10 or 11 p.m. I was laying in bed trying to fall asleep, the lights were off. My sister, who I shared the room with, was also asleep. I was just in the complete dark, aside from the moonlight coming from the window. I was looking around the room, pondering about anime and whatnot, until I saw a woman at the foot of my bed. It's the typical ghost-like woman. Average height, white dress, long black hair. It was kind of parted from the back and covered most of her face and swooped forward, long enough to reach her waist. I remember her skin being a dull grayish blue. The moonlight was what allowed me to notice her features. It was so vivid that I thought there was an actual person in my room. In my last experiences, I saw no one, and this was the first time I saw something like this. She was giggling. Her voice sounded like a little girl. She then asked me, "Why didn't you visit?" As she was giggling, and then I fell asleep, despite not being sleepy at all. If you read my last post, you'll know what I meant by that question. To summarize my last experience, I was again trying to sleep but couldn't. My eyes were closed, but I wasn't tired. I felt someone sitting on my bed beside me and lean onto my torso. I felt elbows digging into my skin, and it hurt. Then I felt someone lean towards my ear and whisper, "Visit." I still don't know why I wasn't scared. Just like last time. Story number 17. Toddler sees tall figure. Backstory. My grandpa was a big lumberjack-sized man, and sadly, he passed away before any of us, his grandkids, had kids. I used to be in sales, so we'd have random days off in the middle of the week. On one of these random days, I asked my cousin if she wanted me to watch her daughter. We'll call her G. So she didn't have to take her to daycare, you know. She accepted, and so I went over to my aunt's house in the morning and G was still sleeping. So I laid on the sofa and I was watching TV. G and I were the only ones home, but after about 30 minutes of me watching TV, I heard running in the back hallway, as if several people were charging around. I muted the TV and it stopped. Figured it must have been background sound or something from the TV, so I changed the channel, and shortly after it started up again. I freaked the F out and ran to go get G, so we basically got the hell out of there. I woke her up, and she was excited to see me. I wanted to show some of her dolls, and I was like, "Sorry, kid, we gotta go." So I'm quickly changing her and putting her shoes on, and she was babbling the whole time, and suddenly got quiet. Staring at the corner behind me. And then she pointed with her little finger and smiled and said, "He's tall." My heart almost fell out of my ass. I've heard that saying before, excuse me. My heart almost fell out of my ass. I grabbed her and the one shoe I hadn't put on yet, got my purse and ran out the front door. As we're driving off, I called my cousin. She didn't answer. Called my aunt and she answered, and I frantically told her about what happened. And she said, "I don't know about the running, but yeah, Pa's definitely still around." She said that as if it was nothing. Needless to say, I didn't offer to go over there alone again. Also, kids seeing things creeps me out. Also, this isn't the only unexplained experience I've had around her. Story number 18. Don't carry meat at night. At the time, she had gone to visit a friend with her husband. What she did not know was that when she was leaving their house, her husband had accepted a bag full of mutton curry from a friend. Her husband did not believe in such stuff, as only she was superstitious. Either that, or he was oblivious to the lore of this rule, laughing my fucking ass off. Everything was fine until they got home. They just had an infant during that time. And the usual happy infant suddenly started screaming bloody murder, crying inconsolably. Initially, they thought that she was sick or hungry and tried to give her milk and water. The infant refused, cried adamantly. After a while, her little hands and legs started to swell up, followed by her neck and body. The relative panicked and called upon a neighbor. A is the name of the neighbor. I'm just going to call her Anna. Anna supposedly had tendencies to sense or see the paranormal. Anna soon reached her house and immediately asked, "Did you bring home any food?" And though the lady said no, her husband said yes. You could imagine this poor superstitious woman's horror when she found that her genius husband brought home meat. A request for the husband to throw the curry away, specifically out of the window. Afterwards, the infant immediately stopped crying and her swelling stopped. Now, this is a peculiar story to me. As much as I don't doubt in the slightest that the paranormal and ghosts exist, this story made me slightly skeptical. I have to add, though, it's common in my country that babies cry loudly if they're in the presence of a supernatural entity. However, my own explanation is that the smell or something that the curry could have done caused an allergy in the child. I'm not sure, but I've heard babies' noses and senses are more sensitive than ours. So perhaps there's something in that could have triggered the infant. I don't know if that makes sense, but that's the only way to rationalize it without ruling it out as maybe a relative lying. I would like to give her the benefit of the doubt. I don't think she'd lie on purpose, but I do think that back then at her time, 60s or 70s, the superstition overpowered the rational and the science. Story number 19. Something is inside the house. A couple of years ago during COVID-19, my brother had to be brought to the hospital as he had almost OD'd on drugs. This meant that I was completely and utterly alone in the house. It was around 2, maybe 3 p.m. in the afternoon, and they had been gone for a couple of hours, most likely running tests on my brother's blood levels. I don't know medical science. Smiley face. Anyway, I was upstairs in my bedroom when all of a sudden I got this rather eerie feeling. Yet I couldn't place it. So I checked the house, just out of, I guess, boredom. Anyway, the house turns out to be completely empty, apart from me and my pets. So I go upstairs and laugh it off as a moment of madness. Only seconds after that, I heard the loudest and I can only describe as a blood-curdling scream that anybody could ever hear. In fact, it sounded so impossibly loud that I can't imagine it really being humanly possible. The whole thing about this scream is that it was my mother's voice screaming my name. So, naturally, I rushed downstairs, fearing the worst, only to find, in complete shock and terror, that the house was completely empty. I was rightfully terrified, so immediately I ran outside of the house and checked to see if any of the neighbors had heard the terrifying scream. Only as I asked, I got puzzled looks. And this has always freaked me out ever since that had happened, but I'd just like to know what was impersonating my mother, and why. A short yet terrifying account. I live in a bungalow, a one-story building. My room is at the back of the house, and directly opposite is a window with blackout curtains. Now, this happened a couple of months ago, but back when I was having trouble sleeping due to stress. Anyway, I had just gotten home from college, and I had had such an exhausting day, so I came into my room, removed my shoes and my socks, and laid down on my bed. Now, because it was daylight out while I was still getting in, I didn't think to close my curtains. I woke up at some point during the dark looking at my window, as I had fallen asleep by accident, to find a strange shape peering through. Now, because I was tired, I had just assumed that I was seeing things, so I got up and put on my slippers, went into the bathroom to splash some water into my face, so I could see a little bit better once I had done this. I had returned to my bed to look outside the window, only to now see the strange shape, quote-unquote, had moved slightly to the left, toward the neighbor's garden. However, instead of it being an odd shape, it now looks rather like a head. Now, what makes this scarier is that it was solid. It wasn't transparent, it was like it was there. I knew it was facing me. Although it had no facial features, I didn't think it could be human, as it didn't have ears, hair, or anything like that. Yet I knew it was somewhat intelligent, as I could feel it looking at me with intent. My nan had come into my room checking in on me, and I told her that I was fine, and she left me to my own accord. For some reason during this conversation with my nan, I had momentarily forgotten the immense fear I was in moments ago. I looked through the window, only to find this creature was completely gone, vanished. That's the end of tonight's stories. As usual, hope you guys enjoyed it. Hope you can leave a like and a comment. Push this algorithm along for me. And see you later. Greetings from Paranormal M, your gateway to the extraordinary and the inexplicable. Don't miss out. Subscribe and activate notifications to stay updated with our latest heart-pounding tales. We hope you're ready for an unforgettable ride. My paranormal life. The first time I remember something paranormal happening to me was when I was like 3 or 4. My grandparents had come for a visit, and were taking me and my younger brother shopping. Dad and Grandpa were a few steps ahead of me, Grandma and little brother. And that's when we stopped for a crosswalk. I had a vision of later that day. We were all sitting in my grandpa's parked car, and it was raining on half of it. I was brought out of that vision when my grandma chided me for daydreaming. Later that day, my dad was driving. Chose to park in the one spot that made the vision come true. So everyone but my granddad decided to get out on the dry side of the car. He made a fuss about not wanting to get out in the rain, so I asked why he just didn't slide into the driver's seat and get out. He said it was awkward to do so. Then, after a look from Grandma, realized that he was being just obstinate and slid over. I continued to have such visions throughout my life, another of which I will share later, as I'm trying to keep things in chronological order. Chapter 2. In the spring of 84-85, when I was 5 or 6, in a vision I was picked up by a pair of dream spirits. A black man and a doll-like girl approached me in a white void. They said they needed me to be next king of the Colorado area Dreamland, as their old king had reached his limit of time that he could rule. As they continued, they explained it would only be a 3-month reign, as they needed me to fill in until the next queen was old enough to handle it. Then the old king paraded out to meet me and hand over control. After the king had disappeared, I was led to a walled city called the City of Children's Dreams. It was a safe haven to keep adults' dreams from mixing with the dreams of children, to keep the dreams pure. The 2 dream spirits started taking me on a tour, but I felt compelled to jump off a cliff and onto a 4-poster bed. That fell to the ground from some quite height, awakening me just as it hit the ground. For the next 3 months, every night my dreams were of the same land which drew its strength to exist from me. Then I would feel compelled to jump off the same cliff every night and fall back to earth. As this went on for about 3 months, my strength began to falter, necessitating the city to shrink and shrink until only 5 houses remained. Then the girl that they had talked about took over from me. She was strong enough to last a year and a half, without the city shrinking. I truly believe it was some form of an astral plane of existence, and that the book Little Nemo in Dreamland was at least partly based on the writer's time as a king of Dreamland as a child. Chapter 3. The summer between my 2nd and 3rd grade, I had one of my visions as I slept. I saw everything I'm about to write in an overhead view. I was in a classroom and the teacher allowed the quarter of my class I was in to get their coats from a small side room that they were kept in. I anxiously watched as my future self tried not to run into the room until I rounded the corner, taking 3 hurried steps. My teacher admonished me for running and told me to sit back down without getting my coat, then wait for the rest of the students to get there. 6 months later, as it happened, it felt like I had no control over the event, no matter how hard I tried to stop it. It unfolded just as I had seen it happen. Furthermore, I didn't see through my present self's eyes, but a 3rd and future grown-up me, who was sitting in the corner with his back on the ceiling. This part of the vision has not yet come true, but I now recognize that I looked like I do now. Things like this happened off and on until puberty hit, and I gained control of the events taking place, such as what happened in Chapter 4. Chapter 4. Several families, including mine, were mad at the school board, so they all met up in a church to discuss the matter. Thus, the parents had their meeting in the church's dining hall. The children played behind the pulpit. Except for me and my brother. I had a bad feeling the moment I had walked into that place, so I told him to just sit with me in the back wall. For once, he listened. As everyone was getting ready to leave, an industrial-sized ceiling fan fell into the aisle between the first 3 rows of pews. No one was hurt, but it gave everyone quite the fright. Chapter 5. I was sound asleep in the passenger seat of my dad's truck when I had a vision of a chain snapping on a semi in front of us, smashing the windshield, causing a bad accident. as both the truck and trailer would have been connected by this chain. I awoke just as we got to the trailer's back bumper. The chain did snap, but I physically caught it and threw the chain between my dad's truck and the trailer. I mistakenly let it drag down the side of the fender, where it sort of chipped the paint. Looking at the spot always reminded me of that day. Chapter 6. I had a job painting and repairing apartments. One day, a new tenant moved into an apartment that we had just freshly renovated. Every time I passed her in the hallway, I felt a stabbing pain in one particular place of my skull. So after the fourth time, I asked her if she had a headache, and I pointed to the spot on my head. She asked how I knew. I told her I could feel it and that she was having a stroke. She brushed it off. 2 weeks later, she died in the back of an ambulance from said stroke. All I can say is that I warned her. Chapter 7. This one you can go ahead and see for yourself, even if you're not physically inclined as I am. In the heart of Detroit, there exists a pre-Civil War fort and army base called Fort Wayne, which has at least 3 ghosts, only 2 of which I can personally corroborate. The first belongs to the last base commander, who was an older gentleman with no family. Upon learning that the base was being decommissioned, decided to shoot himself instead of leaving his post. He now haunts the bedroom of the commander's home, dressed in his sleeping robe and cap, frequently moving the curtains aside, looking at the base he once commanded. Visitors, including myself, have seen him peeking at them from the window. The other exists in one of the fort's gun bunkers. It was a hot day and I decided to take a break from bartending at an event held there. So I made my way into the bunker, which was a lot cooler than outside. It was then that I felt him staring at me, demanding I get back to work. As he had done so many times to his soldiers, he's dressed in a sergeant's uniform from the war in 1812. He was see-through, and missing his legs from the knee. Floating there, he gave off a constant aura of disgust for my gold bricking. In a heartbeat, I knew that I was dealing with, and I just laughed. It was a harmless photo ghost. Basically, the sergeant had chased his subordinates out of there, and he had imprinted his feelings and likeness on the very stone walls of that bunker. Later that day, I was looking through the local paranormal society books, and there was a picture of the same ghost I had just encountered. Chapter 8. I was going through an antique store that I had been to twice before, and every time I felt a faint sense of death and dread that I couldn't place. It was more than a place should have, but it also felt too weak to be from someone who actually died there. The place had several bank vaults that now played host to individual sellers' booths. I'd wanted something from a locked cabinet inside a vault, and as we walked back, she told me the history of the place, how the former bank was one of the oldest buildings in town. I asked her if they ever held furs and hides in the bank. She said no, then pointed to a newspaper clipping from the 1900s on the wall. 12 people had died out at a logging camp during a blizzard, and as the back had the only place big enough to store the bodies, they had locked them inside one of the vaults until they could be sent home. With my questions about that place answered, I felt comfortable shopping there several more times. Story number 2. Ask Reddit. Last winter I was driving down the freeway at night, going between suburbs of a large metropolitan area, kind of a thing. So there were plenty of cars around, but it was maybe around midnight or so, and it had been snowing when it isn't always white during winter here. I saw a car pulled over on the shoulder of the freeway with a guy standing next to it, clearly in need of some assistance. I saw them as I was driving past, but since it was later at night and it was cold out, I figured I might as well take the next exit, loop around and see if the guy still needed help at that point. So I get there, and it's a middle-aged working-class type of guy standing outside of his pickup. He's wearing blue overalls, slender, slightly balding, and puts off what I can only describe as a weird vibe. Couldn't put my finger on it, but it was one of those weird gut feelings that you aren't sure why you feel them. He says that he's been having car troubles. He's from about 2 hours out of town, and that his alternator is shot and that his battery needs a boost. I've owned a car with a shot alternator and know that when the battery dies, you need to boost it for a little while if you're going to get it, running again. I tell him it's no problem, commiserate with him for a minute, pop my hood, and he says he's going to go and grab his cables. When he comes back, I notice in his hand that he has some sort of concealed metal object. No clue what it was. I saw it for just a brief moment and saw that it wasn't a knife, but that it was metal and a little shorter than the length of his hand. And he was clearly trying to keep it concealed from my view. This all happens so fast, and I'm immediately on high alert. I see it for a split second as he's bringing the cables to me that I can hook up to my battery. I instantly take a step back to put some distance between us and tell him that he can hook up my battery and I'll wait in the car. All the while in an instantaneous full fight or flight, getting ready to just block an attack if he were to lunge at me. He doesn't, and starts connecting the cables to my car as I'm sitting in my car. I start to wonder if I was imagining things as he connects the battery, and we both wait for the battery to charge. Maybe it was just something that was bundled in with the cables that he just had in his hand. Maybe I misread the situation as dangerous. After a few minutes, he goes to start his car, shouts that it isn't working, and then walks back towards my car where he waits in front of it. After a few minutes of waiting, he puts his head back underneath the hood of my car to fiddle with the cables. All the while, I'm of course watching him intently to make sure that he doesn't come to the car window, because I was still spooked. He shouts some things about how it isn't working, asks me to come out and take a look. I open my window a bit, casually tell him not to worry, that it's probably just going to take some time. Luckily, I can just barely see my battery in the dark through the gap underneath the popped hood of my car through the windshield directly in front of me. I see him then fiddle with the cables and hear him shout again that it isn't working and for me to come out. Then I see him slip out the metal object I had seen earlier, and I see him touch it to my battery terminal as sparks shoot out from where he touched it. He starts yelling and jumps back. I immediately jump out of my car and I tell him that something came up and that I needed to go now. I honestly don't remember much of what else he was trying to say as I cut him off, or exactly what I said. Outside of that, I needed to get the fuck out without taking my eyes off him for even a half a second. I don't even remember how the cables came off my battery. Did I pull them? Were they already off? But I slammed the hood shut, jumped in my car, and drove off. I still have no idea what his plan was. No clue what he was trying to do or what on earth he was trying to make happen. But I do know for a fact that what I saw him do is in no way what he was telling me he was doing. But as I left him there and drove off, I was practically pinching myself trying to make heads or tails of what the hell just happened. And I cannot stress this enough, that the guy just gave off the weirdest vibes, like the hills have eyes kind of weird vibes. Maybe he was planning on trying to short my battery so that I was stuck there too. But still to this day, I wonder if I encountered some sort of mass murderer who had been planning on kidnapping somebody at the side of the freeway as they stopped to help. Who knows? But either way, it was weird as fuck, and it right spooked me, and I noped the hell away from that dude as fast as it was humanly possible. I still wish that I'd gotten a license plate or something to give to the cops. But in that moment, the only thing going through my mind was just to remove myself from that situation as fast as humanly possible. Floating item in the bedroom. I always think about an experience I had when I was 11 in my childhood home. The house was brand new. We were the first to live there. It was built when I was like 3. I never got any strange energy from the house, and the entire neighborhood was a new suburban development. One night I was walking down the hallway past my room when I happened to peek into my room through the doorway. At the time, there was a vase of flowers placed in the center of my nightstand, when I happened to glance into my room through the open door. I saw one of the flowers from the vase suspended in midair next to the nightstand, about a foot away from its original position in the center of the table. It was floating, unmoving for about a second, until it dropped to the ground. I was frozen in fear and my stomach dropped. All kinds of alarms went off in my head. It felt exactly like I'd caught someone red-handed, the type of feeling you'd get if you happen to see someone doing something they're not supposed to be doing. Immediately, I bolted to my parents' room, who, of course, did not believe me and dismissed it. To this day, I always think about that one instance. I've never had any other abnormal experiences, and I'm definitely a skeptic. I'm an agnostic scientist who's pretty quick to dismiss and explain away all quote-unquote paranormal experiences. But that one really threw me for a loop. Before anyone asks, it was completely out of the realm of possibility for the flower to just have fallen out of the vase. I didn't see it fall, I saw it floating in mid-air. It fell straight to the ground after that. I did all types of experiments of dropping the flower, etc., but with the circumference of the nightstand and the small size of the vase, it was impossible for the flower to have fallen a foot away from the nightstand instead of falling onto the table. I keep thinking about this one experience. This happened to me, male 30, and a friend, male 31, 4 years ago. And while I've shared it with some close friends, it never got treated seriously among them. This experience disturbed me deeply, and more importantly, set me out to get a better understanding of what's out there that we can't explain. Before I tell my story, you should know that I consider myself an agnostic, a pragmatist, science-first kind of guy. I never believed in ghosts, voodoo, or anything paranormal for that matter. Reddit as well as this sub is a new space for me, so bear with me if I'm breaking any unwritten rules. I've come across this sub and read some paranormal stories which were received with understanding and curiosity, which motivated me to finally put this into words. My friend and I came back to my home after a night of partying. It must have been past 7 a.m. because it was starting to get light outside. We drank and took some lines of coke earlier that night, so we were still in a chatty mood. I'll bet. We were having a snack and rehydrating ourselves with water to prepare for bedtime. I want to make clear at this point that while we were pretty tired, we were in no way tripping or fatigued on a level where you would consider to have hallucinations. I've done mushrooms and LSD before, and I can tell the difference. What happened next was 100% happening, and we both experienced it in the same way. There was no doubt in either of our minds. My friend was sitting on the left side of the couch, and I was sitting in the chair, as depicted below. At some point while my friend was talking, I clearly noticed that the standing lamp was slightly wobbling. I didn't see when or how it started, and when I noticed and I told it to my friend, he looked over his shoulder and noticed it too. It was a light wobble, like something had gently pushed it. It naturally lost its momentum and stopped wobbling. I found it quite strange, as this never happened before. Even if you're close to the lamp and jump around or make sudden moves, it's not that unstable to start moving. We were sitting in a relaxed position and weren't really moving or using our hands frantically. My friend waved it off. We moved out pretty quickly. We continued talking, and about 20 minutes later we both heard a clear and rapid knocking on the wall's cupboard's door. It sounded like it was coming from the inside of the wall cabinet. It was 5 rapid knocks, which sounded like someone using their nails to knock. The sound was just a bit louder than our voices, so it immediately grabbed our attention. We were both dumbfounded and looked at each other as we were holding our breath. It took us a moment to say anything. We quickly concluded that it really happened, as we're trying to figure out if the sound was real. We clearly started to feel more uneasy about the whole thing. It took us about 20 more minutes before we found the courage to open the cupboard. Now you should know that this is a very shallow cupboard, around 30 centimeters. It doesn't have shelves, and only some cables coming from the ground floor, and we're on the first floor. I mostly used it to store my internet modem, and on top of it I stored a thin topping mattress in there. In other words, this cabinet was mostly filled with soft mattresses, no other hard materials that could have made the sound. At the other side of that wall is the building's stairway. There are 2 floors above me, and I was in a good relationship with them. The sound of going up or down those stairs is nothing like the knocking sound that we heard. Knocking from the other side of the wall wouldn't give a hollow knocking sound like what we just heard. I also concluded that I couldn't have been my neighbors knocking because they were being loud, for example. I've never done that. They would rather text me. And we also didn't hear anything after the knocking, like footsteps walking away. We basically freaked out and tried to pretend that it didn't even happen and go back to what we were talking about earlier. Unfortunately, we couldn't shake this eerie feeling of being watched or being haunted. We made some jokes here and there, but let's say the fun was off and we called it a night. The next day we talked about it with a clear mind, but we were both still perplexed. We still couldn't find any logical explanations. Rat running through the walls, stuff moving in the cabinets, us pushing the lamp accidentally. None of it made sense. The most likely explanation would be someone in the stairway knocking somewhere. We tried to reproduce the sound, but the walls were too thick. I asked my upstairs neighbor if maybe he was awake that morning around the time, and he said that he didn't know how to get it, or jumbled words. He said that he didn't get out of bed until before 10. If you came this far with the reading, I first want to say that I appreciate your time and interest in my story. Perhaps it's not the most wild thing that you've read on the sub, but it was enough for me to start looking into the paranormal. It's a wide spectrum, and I have no idea where to place this encounter particularly. To me, it feels like a ghost encounter, but you could call it a spirit or some kind of energy. Can't tell you because this was just the second time something unexplainable happened to me. Perhaps I'll share the first one later, and I don't lean into any of this stuff anyway. Soon after this experience, I moved out of that apartment, for unrelated reasons, so I never got to further investigate it. So my lack of knowledge and belief in any of those things made me a bad judge. My question to you, dear reader, is, or dear listener in this case, what do you think of this? Am I crazy? Was I just tripping? Did I witness something extraordinary? I'd love to hear your thoughts, questions, or similar experiences. Story number 5. Was it really there? So I was in the 9th grade when this thing happened. Usually after our school ended, I used to go to tuition with my 2 friends. Our tuition class was situated in a small jungle area. We would come to class exactly at 6 p.m. Actually, it was a haunted place because of some people had experienced really creepy incidents there. Even our teacher had said to us that it was really dangerous. Also, she had an unusual experience there as well. There were just 2 streetlights there because of all this remoteness. It used to be too dark when we had to go get back home. But we didn't experience such things there because we friends used to have fun, playing, talking, and all that. And one day this happens. A junior friend of mine wanted to go to the washroom badly, so I went outside the class to the compound to pee. We all usually used to go outside only. So when he was peeing, he turns his face to the right side. There was a small house which was empty, and nobody lives there. Its windows were broken. We can see inside of everything. There was no light in it. It was fully dark in there. When he turned his face to the right, he saw a figure of an adult kid whose face was too creepy, and only the head, the hand, were visible, and he was watching. There was a figure, and it was calling my friend by gesturing from his hand. My friend was shivering, and he came running to our teacher and said everything that had just happened to him. He didn't come to class for 2 days that he had. He had a fever, I guess, because of that accident. After that, me and my bestie were just saying that he might have hallucinated, because we were teenagers at that time and we didn't really care much about these things, and both me and my bestie decided to have a tour around that haunted house. A friend of mine had a phone, and he said for us to record the whole thing. We said okay, and we went on for it. It was 8 p.m. We both were recording everything in the house from the outside, making fun of it, saying, "Hey, ghost, where are you? We're here to see you." We walked around the house, recorded everything. It was fully dark and our flashlight was on. Lastly, we go back out of the house and I felt something went like a flash when I saw the camera, but I ignored it. And from back there, we could see our remaining friends standing there, just outside the class compound. At the end of the tour, when we were calling our friends from the back of the house, saying that we needed to see something in here, and were also whistling while at the end of the video recording. Then we came back to class, ready to watch the video. We both remembered that the video was about 8 to 9 minutes. But when we saw the video ended in just 2 minutes while we were heading toward the back of the house, as I had said. I felt something flashed in the camera. And as the flash came, the video was ended there itself. And also we both started to notice that the video had a short and checked it twice if the video recording's on or not, so we don't have any doubt about if we started the video or not. Sorry guys, this is a confusing post. Till now we talk about that day and still have felt creepy about it. Now we do feel it was really there. Story number 6. Questioning experience. When I was 3 to 4, my family and I lived in an old historical house. I grew up in an area in Illinois with an underground railroad system and historical coal mining. The night my mom gave birth to my little brother, my dad stayed home with my sister and I, and we were off to bed. I woke up in the middle of the night by a ghostly figure. The ghost looked like a ghost you'd see on Halloween, like a sheet with cut-out eyes. Nothing but darkness behind the eyes. I wasn't afraid. I didn't know I should be afraid. I started asking the ghost questions a 3-year-old would ask a ghost. Like what was relevant in my life. Are you pregnant? Do you have ghost babies? The ghost explained to me that he was a male. He didn't have ghost babies and he would keep visiting me, but if he were to keep coming back, I couldn't tell anybody. I told him I was going to get my dad. and he tried to convince me not to. Couldn't contain my excitement as a young child, so I excitedly went into the other room and fetched my sleeping dad. When I came back with my dad to introduce him to the ghost, he looked around, and underneath all my furniture, the ghost was nowhere to be found. I never saw that ghost again. My question is, what kind of spirit asks a child to keep that kind of thing a secret? Did it have bad intentions or possession in mind? I told this story to a friend of mine recently, and she pointed out how strange it was. I'm just trying to make sense of it. Missing items in plain sight. I work with my mom. We own a little cafe. We've had this ongoing joke whenever things get misplaced that the previous owner has been in and taken them in the night. We honestly don't believe that. As long as we have had the place, everyone that works there has always commented, "Oh, I thought I heard someone walk in then, but there isn't anyone there." Sometimes all of us will look in the front of the shop at the same time, thinking someone was there when there really isn't. This happens at least once a day, but usually multiple times a day. Back to the misplaced items. This is happening a lot at the moment, as in specific knives that are only used for certain tasks, just going missing and then turning up days later on the side. Now I know things can hide in plain sight, but sometimes you can't see for looking, but this is becoming really, really frequent now. It's not as though we've put them back in the wrong place and then find them. We find them in plain sight, after days of items being missing, and then it appears in an area that's been heavily used by one of us, and been thoroughly cleaned down at the end of the day. So if it ever was there, it would have been put away. It's so odd, but the frequency of it's just becoming more frustrating now. One of the ladies that works with us has made a comment today that there must be a gremlin working behind her moving everything. This lady's worked with me for over 2 years, and she's commenting also that I haven't mentioned anything about it to her. She works opposite shifts to my mom, so they haven't spoken about it. Also, a full panini machine went missing. We got a new one and stored the old one away just in case anything happened to the new one, so we had a backup. I'm the only person with keys apart from Mom, but Mom wasn't even in the country at the time. It reappeared about 3 or 4 months later in exactly the same spot it had been stored in, but yet no one could find it for months. My mom thought I had thrown it away, and I was lying to her. I'm not sure if this is relevant, but since the shop was open 19 years ago, it's had 3 previous owners, me and my mom being the 4th. 2 of the 3 previous owners have died whilst owning the cafe, and the lady that we bought it off sold it because she was terminal with cancer. Anyway, any thoughts or ideas on this would be great, especially ideas to make it stop. Those would be most appreciated. Story number 8. Sleep paralysis in car with hallucinations. This happened last Thursday. My fiance and I were driving up for a medical appointment, and I decided I would stay in the car, since the appointment was for him. Anyway, we said, "See you soon." He went in, and I turned the car off and locked it. I was fully aware and conscious this whole time. I was just staring out the window when I heard this slight high-pitched buzzing in my ears. This wasn't like the normal high buzz I heard sometimes, so I focused in on it, and as soon as I did, I heard a voice talking. The voice wasn't speaking to me, but rather just speaking in general, I suppose. As soon as I started to hear the voice, it felt like I was being pulled into sleep paralysis. I used to get it almost daily in high school, so I got used to that feeling. I was able to pull myself out of it, and I thought maybe that didn't just happen, so I focused on it again, on that sound of the voice, and I went fully into sleep paralysis this time. I was conscious, but could only move a part of my body and really couldn't at all, not even my eyes. I was obviously scared because this hasn't happened in quite a while. I could feel myself sort of panicking internally when I heard the car door open and shut. I was still in paralysis at this moment and figured it was my fiancé getting back in the car. I had a slight doubt that it could be a stranger, though. After that thought, a hand grabbed mine and held it. I physically felt this. I figured surely it's my fiancé then. I was able to turn and look at him and say, "Are they all done?" He was looking down at his phone and he finally turned up just to look at me, and it was him, but without eyebrows or glasses. His face looked like his, but it was an uncanny valley aspect. The pure shock and terror of this woke my whole body up for real this time, and just looked around. No one was in the car with me. He didn't come out for another 20 minutes. Ghost kisses me in my sleep again. Like a month ago, something similar had happened. I was asleep, and that night was one of the most disturbing nights of my life. The lights were on when I was sleeping because of my past paranormal experiences. I was extremely tired that night. When I was asleep, there was someone kissing my neck. It was real as hell. I wake up because of that, but because I was very tired, I went back to sleep even though I was scared. Then the same thing happened as I slept and I woke up again. That night I was waking up every 5 minutes because of this neck kissing and going back to sleep like I had no control over what was happening to me. It occurred throughout the night. I was waking up and going back to sleep, the kissing happened and everything all over again. The kissing was very, very wet neck kissing, very passionate kissing, like somebody's lips I felt if somebody was kissing me from behind. It was 100% real. At least 100% real feeling. It felt real good and I still remember it. And whenever I woke up, there was no one in my bed, but I felt a presence there. There's no way that I'm dreaming the same thing after waking up every 5 minutes. And the dreams don't occur right after sleeping. After that, something very strange happened, which just still makes me cry because of how unsettling that it was. Someone said that a ghost has fallen in love with you. I know it sounds like movie shit, but this is real. I didn't tell anyone because you'd think I'm making this stuff up to look cool, but it happened again and I can't freaking ignore it. After hearing that phrase, I didn't go back to sleep. I was scared as hell. Now it's so late that I'm just scared. Last night I had a similar experience in which a ghost with a big tongue, and it was very big, it had no face, kissed my neck, and it was surreal. The funny part is, I've never been neck kissed before to be even knowing how this feels like. And in the dream I was enjoying it and even moved its tongue to the other side for my liking. And I was fucking enjoying it. This time it wasn't feeling scary, I was just enjoying it. Story number 10. What is a skinwalker? Trigger warning / death. Firstly enough, they aren't cryptids, they are witches. Cryptids are just unidentified animals, whereas skinwalkers are paranormal and human in origin at that. Also kinda want to address some of the arguments I've heard about, of someone seeing a skinwalker in a region not inhabited by the Navajo, and some else that uses a location difference as the end all to disprove them. I'm gonna say this one time, and one time only, so pay attention. Just because skinwalkers originate in the Southwest doesn't mean they are limited to the Southwest. Like how just because I'm born from Florida, that doesn't mean that I just can't move to Colorado. They were human in origin like us. And as humans, we like to travel. Same goes for witches and shamans who can shape-shift into animals that can move around much more easily and much quicker over terrain like birds or deer. I'm not saying anything unusual or everything unusual. That's a creature that you encounter in Florida all the way to Canada. It's a skinwalker, but the skinwalker would be even more rare around northern parts, but just know that it's not impossible. As for the cursed skinwalker ranch argument, that curse didn't create skinwalkers. It simply attracted the ones to that area. Also would like to address the taboo name thing. Taboo to speak of them, but only in a more frivolous manner, not really in an educational manner. Though the use of the nickname is debatable, skinwalker is a nickname in and of itself. A skinwalker is a witch or shaman that practices bad medicine, or as we call it, black magic. They're capable of shapeshifting, voice mimicry, astral projection, possession, and have extensive knowledge of curses, hexes, and jinxes. One of the most notable of these being a graveyard bone powder that they blow at people to curse. Poison, perhaps even asphyxiate them. As to how they were granted with such abilities, knowledge are murky at best, at least to the general population. But what we do know is that they have to initiate themselves with the darkest of spirits and witches, with one of the steps being the willful sacrificial murder of a loved one. Friend or family isn't clear. In some cases, cannibalism is also part of this process. Another relatively unknown ability that they have is when they shapeshift into an animal, fully or partially. They're said to be resistant to normal bullets and injury, which if you look at the Sherman family's first skinwalker ranch encounter, kind of supports this, as they saw an unusually large wolf, and I mean this wolf could look eye to eye with a 6-foot-tall man. This wolf was unusually friendly, went right up to let the family members pet it. Then it attacked a calf. Terry Sherman, the father, had hit the beast with an axe handle and was kicking it. He then had his son fetch him his .357 Magnum and he fired into the wolf's abdomen, but the wolf kept going. It didn't react to the fact that it had just been shot in its gut. Terry fired again, and yet the gun had no effect. He shot it again, and finally the wolf backed off. The most shocking part about this was the fact that there was no blood or open wounds on the wolf. It had been shot point blank 3 times, and yet it had no effect, not even a drop. Terry then shot the animal's heart, only for it to just back off 30 feet instead of falling down and, dying. It just backed off for a nonchalant look on its face. Terry then got a .38-6 rifle, took aim, and the wolf remained perfectly still as Terry fired into it. The wolf stood there without a concern for the world. Then backed off again, though. Terry fired again, and finally a chunk of flesh fell from the beast, and it simply fucked off to the woods. Terry and his son gave chase. Long story short, they came back to the little flesh pile, only for it to look like it had been rotting out in the sun for a week or 2. Let me rephrase this all for y'all. This wolf took a beating from a handle of an axe and took 6 shots, some of which were to vital parts like the heart. And it walked off into the woods as if it had gotten bored with its toy. So the thing about them being unharmed in animal form holds a bit more weight. They do have weaknesses. Firstly, it's white ash, which can be coated onto bladed weapons or bullets. And how do you beat a magic user? Well, be a magic user yourself. Shamans and medicine men are certainly capable of handling skinwalkers. It's also stated that if you know the name of the skinwalking individual in question, then you should say it, and that saying it will kill the skinwalker in question. Once they completed the initiation process and gained their abilities, they become vile tricksters who will go out of their way to torment or maim whoever they come across. The level of depravity they hold is almost unmatched, only rivaled by the worst of monsters, both in the literal and metaphorical sense. They are not to be confused with the Wendigo of the Algonquin tribes. The Wendigo is actually a spirit of the cold and starvation that possesses those who are either greedy or gutless to starving and desperate, turning them into tall, pale, corpse-like cannibals who are skinny and in some cases have their organs spill out, with the only similarity being voice mimicry. Unlike other paranormal creatures, they were people, meaning that they can be anyone, you or me. Smiley face. They are characterized by the fact that they are often seen wearing animal pelts. As for why, well, it's believed that wearing part of the animal allows them to shapeshift fully into or partially into the animal in question. In fact, I believe this is one of the reasons as to why the pelts of the predatory animals are often forbidden in Navajo-speaking tribes. After all, a deer or a goat can't do much damage as a bear or a cougar. They seem to favor these forms of coyotes, crows, wolves, foxes, deer, and dogs, as often told in legends, and even sightings today. Whilst partially or fully in these forms, they can use the physiological abilities of animals: flight from birds, agility of a cat, and the brawn of a bear. Another notable thing that I alluded to earlier about them is if you speak of skinwalkers in their Navajo name, you'll risk catching the attention of he who walks on all fours. Story number 11. Story. The earliest encounters I can remember was in this one specific house. This house was fenced in and had a large gate enclosing the backyard. It was 2 stories, and the front yard was a bit overgrown. It was all we could afford at that time, but we made do. The family consists of my mother, older brother, younger sister, my father, and myself, obviously. I had been there 3 at the time, so a majority of these encounters would come from my mother and father. The first week was uneventful, but after that, things most certainly wouldn't be the same. My father kept getting locked out of the house, despite no one being home. He'd also have fits of sleep paralysis, occasionally seeing something walking around his room. My mother would hear footsteps in the hallway and on the stairs. Much less quick and little steps of a young child, but more of a stomping sound, like someone was pissed off and decided to stomp up the stairs with his heavy work boots on. Occasionally she'd hear a woman talking to her youngest, my sister, and she would see an unusually large amount of insects in the house, despite the fact that she's a clean person and always makes sure that everything is spotless. Once she had struggled to get the large gate to close. Mind you, she's a pretty strong woman, and this gate was rather stiff and heavy. But once she got it closed, and turned to head back inside, she heard a loud crack. She turned to find the gate wide open as if a bull had rammed into it. The weather was good, no rain, no powerful winds, and this sturdy gate that she had latched shut had somehow been thrown open within an instant. Story number 12, also titled Story. When I was playing outside alongside my siblings, I, being a little boy, liked animals and dinosaurs, so I had this T-Rex toy that looked like one of those older renditions of the T-Rex where its tail dragged and it looked like Godzilla without the dorsal spikes. Our mother had called us in as it was getting dark out. We went inside until I realized I'd forgotten my toy. I went out to go get it and I saw an outline of the toy. I went to pick it up only for it to crumble and fall apart. It was dirt in the shape of my dinosaur that I was being concerned with. I walked back inside, but little did I know, that was nothing compared to what I'll experience later. Later on, when the sun was out, my mother had to go to work. Me being a bit of a mama's boy, I decided to look out the window, waving at my mother as she walked to her car. When she turned around, I saw something slink out of the bushes, following her all the way to the car. A snake, twice her size. My mother's 5'9", so the snake was around 11 feet in length, and it was all black. She got in her car, and the snake had turned around and slithered back into the bushes. I briefly turn around, hearing something in the hallway, then turn back around only to see it staring back at me. I back up from the window as it too backs up into the bushes. I have no memory of this, but my dad told me how occasionally, when he'd go check upon me, he'd see me sitting in a corner almost in a trance. When he'd ask me what I was doing, I'd simply turn to him and say, "The old man told me to." Story number 13. Yet another with the title of Story. This next encounter would be the last for that house as we eventually moved away. I had been woken up and out of my sleep hearing the stomping that my mom would hear. The TV in my room was on, so I had a bit of a light. I opened the door and I saw that was what was making this noise, and I got my answer. The old man, except for the fact that he looked rotten, as he were an extra from the Walking Dead amount of rotten. His eyes were cloudy, he looked bloated, and some of his organs were out for me to see. I screamed as I ran to my mother's bedroom and started banging on her door. She quickly opened the door, wondering why I was so shook up. I tell her, "There's an ugly man inside." Thinking someone had actually broke in, she picked me up in one hand and grabbed a bat with the other and ran around every light and just cursing like a crazy lady. After a while of searching and calming everyone down, we noticed that there was no sign of anybody breaking in. No broken or open windows, no open doors, nothing out of the ordinary. We ended up moving out after that. Fast forward to my early teens, I learned about my mother's involvement with witchery and magic. I and my sister decided to get involved with that. This was 2018 to 2019 when I had learned about her being a witch. I decided to also become a witch, looking through all the books, later learning and researching more about the existence of gods and the spirits of the polytheistic origins. Learning how to read and use runes and dipping my toes into the satyrs. Satyr magic, shamanistic and folk magic practices, both of the Americas and Europes, and even black magic. I decided to put this into use. One night I had a nosebleed. Being young and filled with ambition, I had used that blood to finger paint a sigil in my floor, hoping for something. Well, I got what I hoped for. Mind you, my room has a window that leads to the fenced-off backyard, so I wait until I hear screeching out in my backyard, and it sounded like a chimera between a pig and a young lady being stabbed. I stand there, wondering what the hell that was until my sister comes out of her room. I follow her asking if she heard the screams. She says no. Then she told me that she saw something in her room. Turns out that while I was waiting, my sister was chilling in her bed until she noticed a naked old lady in the corner of her room, right next to her closet. She described the lady as being slim, but with large wrinkles and folds of skin, being as tall as her older brother, who's 6'2" at that time. She also said it looked like the lady had sunken in eyes, and she could tell the lady was as pale as the walls that she stood next to. The lady took a step towards her until she flashed her phone at the woman, making the old lady disappear. Needless to say, she didn't get much sleep. The next morning, I got up to take out the trash, and as I entered the backyard, I see a small circle of sticks tied to each other with the skin and bones of a squirrel wrapped around it. I showed my mother, and she just kicked it into the dirt, told me to ignore it. Story number 14. Ghosts, Spirits, and Language. A while ago, I joined. Confusing. Out of curiosity. I joined out of curiosity with paranormal investigators. We went to an ancient castle where I and some local residents experienced some weird stuff, like feeling watched. A suppressed atmosphere. Some people witnessed shadow people, and some heard growls. Local residents are not really open to talking about their experiences in the castle. It's an Irish castle, and the place goes back to the Bronze Age. The investigators placed a few devices to record, video cameras with motion detectors and a few other things. Anyway, at one point, one of the floors, their rainbow-colored device thingies, went bananas in the red. One of the investigators used a memo recorder and was asking questions in English, with intervals of silence. Replaying the recorder was clearly heard a response. It sounded like a tormented growl. Found that very interesting. Other than all that, we experienced no other things. But, as per the same investigators, they did kind of catch other interesting things another time. Third eye pulsing during telepathic experience. This happened years ago, but I can't sleep, and I just remembered it as I'm scrolling through posts. So for context, sometimes when I meet somebody, I get these weird kind of pulses of information that I describe as a pressure on my third eye. Then it's like a flood of memories from the future, I guess. Nothing specific, just like an overwhelming sense about where things are headed. It's only happened to me 3 times. Each time with someone that played a very emotional and distinct part of my life. I never thought much of it, but I did always feel like the information came from something higher than me. And something good. I always thought of it like my guardian angel or spirit guide, I don't know. Anyway, the second time it happened was meeting with a guy. We'll call him Carl, at a bar. I instantly received the pulse and a warning. Not against Carl that he was a bad person, more like a warning that my life was taking a very dark and much more challenging turn if I pursued him. And I was about to get into it, basically just deep over my head. But I liked him and I felt drawn to him, so I ignored it and told myself that I could handle it. Anyway, he's clearly in a deep depression, very lonely, suffering from very recent trauma and combat zone experiences, things like that. Cut to a week or so later and I'm at his place. He starts to get real loopy. I figure out that he had taken a painkiller since he just had surgery on his back a few days ago. He mixed that with liquor and now is talking about the crew. I was annoyed by his state and wanted to leave, but I had walked there, and it was a little too late for me to walk back safely. I figured even if he was talking about people that weren't in the room, he wasn't dangerous, so I would stay. This is where the telepathic experience happened. I turned my back to him, ignoring him and planning to sleep, and talk when he's, coherent. He stops rambling and I feel an intense pressure on my third eye. Comes with this information telling me to leave, that I shouldn't be involved with him, and that he's only going to make my life miserable and bring me down to his state of depression. But this time it felt distinctly like a message from him. I opened my eyes while this is happening, and from the mirror I can see him half staring at me in a stupor. It only lasts a moment before the pulsating ends, and he says aloud, "Did you get the message?" I was feeling stubborn, I guess, and I was already annoyed with him for being so out of it, at least in this conversation. And it went something like this. "What message?" Carl, "The message in the 4th dimension." Me, "I don't know." Carl, "Yeah, you got it. So what are you gonna do?" Me, "Yeah, I got the message, and I forgot it." Carl, "Well, that ruins the whole point. You're supposed to remember the message so you can act." Cue his rambling belligerence. I remember being annoyed that he was telling me what to do with my life, and let alone in a weird context with information that I already was aware of, and he had decided to ignore the first time. I never brought it up again until a few months later when he was leaving town. I was helping him pack, we were both drinking, and I mentioned something about the crew, quote-unquote. He looks at me confused, asked how I knew about the crew. I told him he was talking about them aloud the night that he was super fucked up, and told me about the fourth dimension that I should leave him. His face dropped, and his only reply was, "You smug little C-word, not gonna say it. I knew you got the message." I reconnected with him a few years of him having basically no contact. Good news is he's doing much better now with his drinking and sobriety. Not perfect, but 10% of what he was back then. I did try to ask him about those 2 moments again, and he claims to have no idea what I'm even talking about. I got very defensive when I mentioned the crew, so I just dropped it. I think he got very defensive. I always thought of it as being odd because while he was on drugs when it happened, I wasn't. Yet, I'm the only one with a distinct memory of it happening. Or at least the only one who admits to remembering it happen. Story number 16. Angel Says Hi. I was at a cabin with maybe a dozen other people, mostly friends from college. We're hanging out outside and there's a storm in the distance, so there's an occasional flash of lightning as it rolled in. I'm sitting at a picnic table on the porch with maybe 4 other people, talking to my friend Scott, who's seated diagonally across from me at the opposite end of the table. Somehow the topic of angels came up, and her and I started talking about the history and theory of angels across Catholicism and other religions. Changing her name to Sarah. Thought it was maybe a dude, so I called it Scott. Sarah and I are pretty much the only ones interested in the subject, so we're leaning in to talk to each other and then nerd out, basically, on everything else at the table. They all had their own conversations. We're sharing stories and talking about this idea that run-ins with angels can be quite common, but the experiences and interactions are so subtle and nuanced that the only person who experienced it can really understand how odd it was. And when they try to explain the story, it sounds like just a typical event or an odd comment from a passerby. As we're talking about this idea that angels reveal themselves in ways that seem to hide in plain sight, and they're not noticed by others, even when it's right in front of them, a bright orb the size of a head flashed between us, causing both of us to jump back. Sarah and I looked around confused because no one else at the table seemed just fazed at all by this orb that just burst right in front of us. I asked if anybody else saw it, and the only response was another friend saying, "Yeah, there was a bright flash of lightning. It was definitely brighter than earlier flashes." We both dropped the subject, and shortly after started to rain, so we all moved inside. Later in the night, Sarah invited me outside to share a joint. Once we're away from the group, all she said was, "So you saw it too? We both know that wasn't just lightning, right?" I agreed, and we both kind of chuckled and changed the subject because we knew we were on the same page in what we saw. It was an angel that heard us talking about him and just popped in to say hi. Story number 17. I saw and experienced things no one in the house did. When I was about 8 to 11, 2012 to 2015, my family had moved to Dubai for my dad's work. We had moved into this villa sort of neighborhood, and our house was directly across from a mosque. I'm not sure if that could have impacted what has happened in this house. Anyways, I shared a room with my sister, and the room was quite big, probably the size of my current living room and kitchen. So very big, and there was a long air vent up high on the wall directly above me. There was a balcony connecting my parents to our room. For the first year, nothing much happened besides me seeing dark figures in my peripheral vision, especially when walking past the stairs. And I told my mom about it since she's very spiritual, but I didn't think much of it. Just kind of blamed it on my imagination. Another thing that had happened while living there was that I had a friend pass away in a freak accident at the age of 9. I can't exactly remember if it was before or after what I'm about to tell you, but it was definitely around that time. Anyways, back to that vent I was talking about earlier. When going to sleep, I constantly felt something look at me. For some reason, I'd come to the conclusion that there were 2 spirits in the house. Not sure how we decided that, but because I felt spooked out, my mom would light incense before I'd go to sleep. And I'd sleep with my fingers covering my ears, and the blankets covering my face, with a small hole where my mouth and nose were, or else I'd freak out about breathing. As time went by, I was starting to refuse to even be upstairs at all, or alone, because I didn't feel safe. And that's when the first encounter happened. I had this makeup bag filled with Halloween makeup and some kitty makeup I was given, and I was in the bathroom alone, just having fun and messing around until that said bag started to vigorously shake. I froze for a second, not knowing what to do, till I ran downstairs straight to my mom. To this day, I try to convince myself that it was just my imagination, yet I can still hear and see that bag shaking from what I think about it. Fast forward a couple of weeks, nothing really happened besides the black figures and feeling of being watched, till I was cleaning my room with my mom. She had left the room to go downstairs since we had finished, and I was about to follow her down after I closed the curtains, which I did, and as I was leaving the room I heard them swing open. I didn't have the courage to actually look, I just bolted down the stairs. So sorry about how long this is and how horrible I am at telling this, but I had one last experience that I will never forget. One night, not long before moving back to Australia, earlier than expected, I had this nightmare. Not much happened in said nightmare, but it stuck with me after nearly 9 years, and it was my room with the lights off, with this girl who looked exactly like the girl from The Ring. I'd never seen or heard of the movie when this happened, by the way. And she was holding an oval-shaped mirror, and all the dream was my body quickly moving closer and closer to her, and as I got to her, I woke up, and the dream ended. To say the least, I was very grateful that we moved after that. I feared to know what would have happened if we stayed just a couple more months like originally planned. Thanks to anybody who's still awake and listening. As usual, see you later. Welcome to the Paranormal M family, where we delve into stories that will keep you up at night. Subscribe and hit that notification bell to keep up with our latest eerie tales. We appreciate all your comments and anything else you can do to help us push this algorithm forward and keep us alive. We hope you're prepared for a journey into the supernatural. Story number 2. Left our family vacation a day early because of the ghosts. August this past year, my family stayed at an Airbnb in Purcellville. This was in Virginia, 10 minutes outside of Harper's Ferry. Look up the John Brown raid, and about 45 minutes away from Gettysburg. The house itself is older than the town, built in 1752 and on a current working farm and vineyard. Here's the setup of the house. You enter into the oldest part of the home. You can see these 2 sections, kitchen and sitting room. They were the original cabin before past owners built on. Through the sitting room was a small library, another sitting area, and my parents' room, on the first floor, but off the ground outside. When you go up the stairs of the sitting room, there's a bathroom to the right, 2 doors in front of the stairs, and a room to the left, over the kitchen. My husband and I stayed in this room over the kitchen as the bedroom sits directly in front of the stairs, and that gave me the creeps. It had the original fireplace in there. But something when I walked in just felt off. My sister and brother-in-law stayed on the floor above us, as that room has its own window AC unit. The house has no AC, just individual in-room units. We arrived on a Sunday. Monday morning, my dad asked me about footsteps from the night prior. He said he was sitting at the kitchen table on his computer and could hear footsteps walking through the house above him. My dad had also been making jokes and tends to be a little bit theatrical with his humor. Leading up to vacation, he was calling it Ghost Central, so I told him our room is above the kitchen, and I wouldn't think anything of it. It was probably just one of the getting ready for bed type deals. He then mentioned that he thought he saw a bright light shining outside of his window and was tempted to look, but thought better of it. Again, my dad also has a history of wild dreams and sleepwalking, so I just brushed it off. Randomly, my husband asked me to help him move the crib from the other side of our room to be next to our bed. I didn't think anything of it, as he said it would just be quote-unquote easier because our room was so big. It was half the full length of the original cabin with only our bed at the far end of the room, opposite from the crib and the bathroom. On Tuesday, my dad's birthday, we sat in an old dining room for dinner. The room is a stunning, picturesque old farmhouse dining room with big windows, and this overlooked the field, the shed, and the barn, with the mountains around us. It was still light outside, about 5 p.m., while we were eating, and I looked outside the window and noticed the shed door seemed slightly ajar. I didn't think anything of it, but the next time I looked up, it looked more open, but slightly enough that I thought it was just me overthinking it. This happened several times. The door was more open, more closed, etc. I didn't want to scare my already anxious dad, so I texted my husband. "Can you go out and check the shed? The door keeps opening, I think." He checks his phone. When we both look up, we watch the shed door slowly open itself completely. And then just as slowly as it closed, it just closed itself shut. My husband went outside with my dad to check it out. No one was there. He locked the shed and said it shouldn't be open again, but it was weird that the door would both open and close itself like that. Wednesday, we were gone for the day in D.C., but on Thursday, we went to Gettysburg for the day, and my husband left after dinner to put the baby to bed, so I could do the ghost tour with my family. When we got home, my husband, who is naturally very skeptical of ghosts, and hyper-logical about everything, said that he heard footsteps upstairs when he got in. Now, my dad and sister had met the groundskeeper on a walk along the property earlier in the week, and my husband said that he was worried the guy was a weirdo walking around the house and maybe snooping while we were gone. Another thing about the house, by the way. Sounds do not travel. Sitting in the kitchen, you didn't get an echo, or had to speak very loud and clear to someone to be in the next room. No acoustics. So we checked every room and closet to make sure nobody was in fact in the house. That's how loud the steps were. And he was a little spooked, but we decided not to say anything, because my family was making comments all week about the house, and we didn't want to upset anyone. That night, I thought I was starting to get paranoid. I was hearing a knocking above my head, and I thought I was smelling vanilla. On the ghost tour, we learned that the townspeople dealt with the smell of corpses for months. And they were just post-wear. I don't know what that means. The smell of corpses for months post-wear. By dipping face masks in vanilla, lavender, and mint. thought I was just spooked, and I did my best to sleep. When I woke up the next morning, always the first because I have my routine with our daughter, I noticed the kitchen cabinets were left open. I was confused, but just closed them. And while my daughter was taking a nap later that morning, I tapped the monitor and the camera rotated all the way down. I was really confused. Had I held it down? Am I overthinking it? My family decided to spend the day in Leesburg as our last full day before we left Saturday. At lunch, I mentioned the cabinets, but my dad said it might have been him. We got my mom a glass of water before bed, but we all just kind of went to bed after him. Then my sister mentioned that she woke up in a cold sweat at 3 a.m. She said she'd been having a really weird dream and thought she heard someone whisper into her ear, "Don't move." She said that before bed, her and her husband were watching more videos about Gettysburg and saw a bright flash of light outside the window. She even checked the weather, thinking maybe there was a lightning storm on the way or something. Then I looked at my husband and said, "Did you tell them about the footsteps?" He hadn't. He shared his story, and then said that he also woke up at 3 a.m. in a cold sweat this morning. My sister also mentioned that she also hated the first bedroom. There was something about the fireplace that creeped her out the same way it gave me weird vibes. We all decided to keep that door shut all week without saying anything to each other about it. We were all stunned. My sister immediately started panicking, asking if we should leave. We were all on the fence about it. We were planning to leave Saturday at 6 a.m. regardless to get home and return to our rentals, but weren't entirely convinced. We finished our day out, came home, and began to pack up what we needed, and then went to dinner with the plan to stay one more night. This is where everything got really weird. When we got home from dinner, the bedroom that we kept shut was cracked open, and then air coming out of it was so cold it was like standing directly in front of the AC. It was just my husband and I on the stairs, and we looked at each other. We quickly shut it before my sister came up, so we didn't want her to freak out. We put the baby to bed and I headed downstairs, because we all talked about having one last fire pit outside. My husband stayed with the baby until she fell asleep. But when I came downstairs, my family was huddled together, saying, "We need to go." My sister was really scared and didn't want to stay another night in their room. After some discussion, we all decided it'd be best to leave, and we were all only about 3 hours from home. We could sleep in our own beds before midnight. We got the cars loaded up relatively quickly, and I had to tell our daughter in our car seat and was talking to my sister with the car door open as the boys all did a final walk through the house. From the outside, you can see perfectly who's where in the house. I could see my dad walking into what was our room on the second floor with my husband, and I could see the flashlight scanning the top floor simultaneously where my sister and brother-in-law slept. My husband had his flashlight on when he went into the house, so I assumed it was him up there. After a few minutes, my dad throws out some final trash, and I see him half running and scuffling to the car and says, "Okay, time to go." We start heading down the driveway and turned to my husband and asked why he didn't just turn the lights on upstairs when he checked it. He said that he wasn't up there, that it was my brother-in-law. My dad yelled up the stairs and asked if my brother-in-law was up there, and my husband heard, "Yeah, I'm up here." At that point, my sister calls me. I asked her if the brother-in-law was upstairs to do a final sweep. He said no, he didn't go upstairs, and my dad, in their car, confirmed it. My dad said he yelled up the stairs, if he was there, and brother-in-law yelled from the first floor, "No, I'm in the kitchen." When everyone asked why, I told them what I saw. It was like someone was walking around the third floor with a flashlight scanning the room. My dad mentioned that when he went into my room to check it, his flashlight started to die, and when he stepped into the hallway it came back on. My husband agreed and shared that when he went into our room with my dad, he felt suddenly numb. And while my dad was locking the house up on the keypad, he started the 4-digit code. The house locked itself on the second number, and when he went to throw out the last bag of trash, his flashlight started to die again. That's when we all saw him shuffling to the car. Oh, and when we tried to find any information on the house, it's so old and historical, there's gotta be something, right? Well, we found nothing, except the 2020 Zillow listing from the last owner, who literally had 6-packed paragraphs of information about the house. And under, quote, what the owner loves about the house is one sentence. The house was a Civil War field hospital, and then goes on to talk about the homes, 66 acres, and nearby locations. Needless to say, after all of that, we all felt better about coming home and not spending another night. Sometimes I wonder if ghosts just get comfortable and familiar, and as more weird shit happened leading up to the night that we left, I wouldn't have been able to sleep that night. The owner texted my dad the next day to give checkout instructions, you could say. My dad said, "We left last night. I'm sure we're not the first one to tell you this, but your place is haunted." The owners were surprised and said that we were the first to say so, and asked what we experienced, and that it was a Civil War field hospital, per Zillow. They simply said, "Well, it definitely has its history," and asked us to leave a review. We didn't. Anyone have any interesting history on Purcellville during the Civil War? The Little Redheaded Girl. I was 7 when I first went to sleepaway camp. Naturally, the camp had a lot of ghost stories. I've always been a believer in the supernatural and saw strange things when I was younger. The story I'm about to tell happened when I was 15 one summer night at camp. The camp used to be an all-boys boarding school, but is now a co-ed Marine-based camp, sitting in the valley. As I mentioned before, when I was 7 I heard stories of ghosts who haunted the camp. These stories always scared me, but it didn't stop me from coming back to camp 5 times. I went when I was 7 to 10, and then 15 to 16. One particular story has always been very popular, which is the story of the little red-headed girl. It goes as follows. The headmaster of the boarding school would fly over the second school every year on his son's birthday, and drop candy for the students from his airplane. One year he took his young daughter and someone else in the plane, I don't remember who exactly, but tragically, the plane flew too low and clipped a eucalyptus tree and exploded in a fiery crash up in the canyon. Apparently, both bodies of the adults were found burned, and evidence showed that they died upon impact of the plane hitting the ground. But the body of the little girl was never found. To this day, stories of the people seeing and even talking to the little redhead girl are passed between campers. Apparently, she's known to walk the perimeter road of the camp, asking for her mommy and wanting to play. You know, the usual ghost kid stuff. The girl's quad is a rectangular building surrounding a dirt patch in the middle. Once grassy, but drought killed most of it. This particular year, I was in a cabin, and it was known as the Owl. Owl's one whole side of the rectangle, and had a cement patio out back with clotheslines for campers to hang their wet swimsuits and towels. Owl also shared a large communal bathroom with a couple of stalls and sinks. My cabin consisted of 10 girls in total. We all slept in bunk beds in one room. I chose a bottom bunk because I knew from previous years that the room would get very hot, and the lower you were to the ground, the cooler you would be while sleeping. Unfortunately, I wasn't the first in the room, so I ended up with the only bed in the room that didn't back up to a wall on more than one side. Basically, the bed was in the middle of the room and was directly next to the door leading to the back patio. I've always felt more comfortable sleeping next to a wall that I can back up against, but I wasn't too upset because I felt safe in a room with so many other people, One night I woke up because I had to pee. I got up and stumbled my way out of the cabin and out onto the front patio on the quad side and walked to the bathroom. There was a small clock hung on a wooden pillar in the quad, and I remember it displaying that it was sometime between 3 and 4 in the morning. I stepped into the cold tiled bathroom and turned on the bright white fluorescent lights, which were accompanied by a loud whirring fan sound. I sat down on the toilet and was snapped out of my groggy state by the cold toilet seat. I did my business and began walking back to my room. At this point, I was just excited to crawl back into my sleeping bag and wasn't really thinking about anything scary possibly happening. As I opened the door to my cabin, my eyes were adjusting to the darkness of the room and I could only see the windows. The curtains were always open, so the breeze could blow through, and so the only light in the room at night was from the moonlight. Sorry if my storytelling skills are really bad. Even thinking about this still creeps me out, though. And what I saw made me freeze out of pure fear. In the window, I saw a short figure with small hands with fingers that ended up in a spike, pressing its hands and face up toward the window. I couldn't move for what felt like a minute, but in reality I quickly got into my bed as my heart was racing and tears began to well up in my eyes. I told myself it must be a prank. Maybe the counselors or some boys had cut out a piece of paper and stuck it into the window. After 5 minutes of sitting in bed, wondering what I should do, I saw one of my cabin mates, who I'm going to call Nikki, turn over in her top bunk bed. Quietly, I whispered, "Nikki, you awake?" "Yeah," she responded. "There's someone in the window," I whispered. Nikki was confused and asked me what I was even talking about. I told her to look at the window next to Ellen's bed. She said there was nothing there. At this point, I started to cry out of the realization that this most likely wasn't a prank and began to spiral into a full-blown panic attack. Other girls in the cabin started to wake up due to the commotion and asked what happened. What happened after that wasn't super important, but I ended up sleeping in my friend Patricia's bed with her for the rest of the night. In the morning, I explained to the rest of the girls what happened, with some believing me and some not. They didn't think I was lying, they just didn't believe the story had happened as I described it. I told my counselor and other counselors, and it wasn't until then that I was reminded of the story. I also went outside to look for any evidence of some being there, or maybe some dust being wiped away on a dirty screen, but nothing. I also determined that the height of that person standing in the window would have had to have been around the waist to chest level on me. I didn't experience anything for the rest of my camp experience, but for the rest of the time I tried to avoid getting up at night, and when I entered the room after sunset, I would purposely not look at the window out of fear that whoever or whatever I saw would come back. Story number 4. Strange coincidence or not. Not safe for work warning. You've been warned. I moved into this house in the spring. It's a fairly new building. I live here with several roommates, but as far as I know, I'm the only one with any of these experiences. To be fair, not all that much has happened. The weirdest thing is that I'll have a ceiling fan that's light will randomly turn off and on. But in a way, it's not completely random, because there's been lots of nights where I'll almost fight it because I'll turn it off and it'll switch right back on again half a second later, and repeat this cycle for a bit until it eventually stops again. The fan also will turn up to max speed. One night I thought perhaps there was something wrong with the fan remote, so I took the batteries out of the remote only to have it continue to occur, much to my horror. To combat this, I turned the light on the fan as dim as it would go, so that when it does kick on, it doesn't always wake me up, but occasionally, and less often, it will turn on and then ramp up all the way to its brightest setting. If it were just this, I would perhaps say, freak electrical thing. But this morning I woke up to a rhythmic tap. I've had a house that had a woodpecker before, so I know what that sounds like. As is, the screens are on the outside of my windows, making it difficult to hit the window first. Actually, this tap sounded almost like it was coming right from my desk at the foot of my bed. Though that desk is situated right by a window, so it also sounded like it could be coming from the window itself. As I mentioned, the tap was rhythmic, like a drumming pattern. For those of you who consider yourself visual, I'll do my best to tap the rhythm. Notation. Okay, your narrator's going to attempt this. Continued like this a few times, and would occasionally change the drum line slightly, but it always sounded like nails tapping out a clear rhythmic beat. I sat and listened for a bit, staring and looking for something to make it make sense before I accidentally knocked something off the edge of my bed, which made a small noise, and then the tapping stopped. Pretty much the only conclusion I have for this at this point is that someone was outside my window. Story number 5. My first true experience with the paranormal. Just a little backstory on me is that I truly love the paranormal and always have. I've been a close follower of the spooky and weird ever since I was a kid. That being said, I never really have had a true paranormal experience. I've dabbled with Ouija boards and gotten a little bit spooked from that. I maybe saw a shadow or two, nothing super verifiable, but the other night I had something happen to me that I'm really having a hard time explaining rationally. I was laying in my bedroom with my girlfriend, just having a casual conversation and letting my feet dangle off the bed. Mid-conversation, I felt a full-on tug on my foot. Having just recently put my son to bed, I was expecting him to be standing there, wanting a glass of water. Something he often asks for around bedtime. Turning around, I was just staring straight out the doorway into the hall. There was nothing there at all. Following my puzzlement, I hear something all parents dread hearing. Their child screaming. I rush into his room and see him sitting straight up out of his bed, tears streaming down his cheeks and pointing to the corner of his room. I asked, "What's wrong?" All he replies with is, "Something is in the corner. It's a monster." I start to react a second because I too just had an encounter, but I put on my parenting hat and reassure him that nothing was there and to go back to sleep. I go back into my bedroom where my girlfriend and I are a little bit shaken, to say the least. These two events happening back to back like that absolutely cannot just be a coincidence. We try to debunk what had just happened, but came up short. Story number 6. The doll waved goodbye. Years ago I had an ex, and we shared a love for the spooky and paranormal. She would often go to thrift shops and secondhand stores and buy anything that she felt looked old and creepy, and possibly haunted. She picked up a little doll that had tattered hair, and the plastic was all worn and yellowed from age. She would swear to me that it was haunted, and that it would move its arms on its own. One day she calls me on FaceTime saying the doll was being weird, and she was holding the doll, and lo and behold, the doll actually moved its arms. Now my ex had a reputation of trying to prank me, so I didn't really even think much of it at the time, but it was fun to go along and be spooked, you know? Months later, I'm dog-sitting for her while she was out of town, and I go to let the dog out, and I noticed the little doll on the shelf with both arms down at its side. I couldn't help myself and taunted a little and said, "All right, go ahead, just me and you. Raise your arms." Nothing happened, of course, and I continued with my dog-sitting duties. As I left, I was putting the dog away and turned off all the lights, and I happened to look at the shelf. The doll had its right arm raised, as if saying goodbye. I'll never forget that. I had a paranormal experience. Disappearing, reappearing object with possible deeper meaning. I keep a running to-do list all the time in my front pants pocket. I am obsessive about it, especially on Friday morning, September 29th, 2023. It was nowhere to be found. I knew it was safe and sound in my home on Thursday night because the last thing before going to bed, I wrote on it to buy mouthwash. Not finding it in its usual place, and after extensive searching, including even checking garbage cans, I gave up. On Monday, October 2nd, it showed up in the exact spot it was supposed to be in the front pants pocket that I had been searching through thoroughly. And I mean thoroughly. I was grabbing my new list to add an item and pulled out the old one by surprise. To me, this was a perfect 0% chance of me just missing it exactly in its expected location. I live alone, have no pets beyond an aquarium. Don't think the fish did it. I read on the forums. I visit many stories of things disappearing and then being found in exactly the same location where they were last placed. Of course, I half believe and half say, yeah, like you're probably doing with me. I do believe this is the repertoire of the spirit world. But here's where my story gets a bit deeper. On Thursday, September 28th, 2023, I was the victim of an online scam. A clever scam where I thought I was talking to PayPal, a legitimate company that I do financial business with. But in reality, it was an overseas scammer that really wasn't PayPal. In correcting a situation, I was scammed out of a very substantial amount of money. I won't go into the complicated details, but point is, when I went to bed Thursday night, I didn't know this was a scam, and I had a note on that very to-do list to send them an additional, very substantial sum. On Friday morning, I just grew suspicious and called the real PayPal and determined that this was all a scam. Now, the physical paranormal event, the disappearing, reappearing to-do list, that I'm 100% sure happened. Any further meaning behind this can only be that my honest speculation is happening. My late dad was always the financial astute and interested person in my family. I'm actually very financially comfortable to this day, not because of my brain's savvy or effort, but because of my dad. I believed very strongly that he's been in a very active and involved spirit already since his death, and has always been very concerned and involved with financial things when alive. So maybe that was happening to me through him. The St. Louis exorcism case was a mentally ill kid, probably autistic, having meltdowns. Since nobody knew what was going on with him or how to handle him, they called the church in a last-ditch effort, and the church said that he was possessed. And then the folklore was born. He threw his desk on the floor in a rage. If you've ever seen autistic kids rage, a skinny autistic kid could bring a bookshelf down if they try hard enough. The folklore said that he threw it onto the ceiling. He scratched himself bloody in a self-harming episode. Folklore said Satan scratched him. He screamed and growled the same Latin language that he heard the clergy using. Folklore said he was speaking in tongues. All this tells me that he was having a meltdown, and since autism was just starting to gain recognition as a condition in the US, they didn't know about it yet. Lots of children in history going back to the Middle Ages were called possessed because they had mental or developmental problems. Before you argue, I'm autistic. I'm a specialist, and I've spent years researching this case. Mysterious explosions and unexplained noises. To start, I live on and off at my dad's farm, located in rural southern Brazil. The farm is located on what used to be a limestone quarry some 30-odd years ago. A few remnants of that still remain strewn about the farm, such as an old minecart and its tracks, A huge brick limestone furnace thing, some overgrown dirt paths where trucks used to drive, and some factory walls and equipment. The nearest town is about a 5-minute drive away, and has around 10,000 people in it, consisting mostly of nice, simple country folk. Most of the farm is a big forest area, because it's a fazenda de reflorestamento, meaning that we sell trees and plant them again and such. The following events are in chronological order, although I can't pinpoint the exact day and month where some stuff took place. Before I moved back here this year, I'd spent the first half of 2022 here and moved back to my hometown for the later half of my final year of high school. My mom and brother lived with me back in her hometown as she was waiting for my brother to finish that year of middle school and for me to finish high school to move to the farm and join my dad and my older sister, who were already living there full time. It was a cold night in early November of last year when my dad told me that he and his sister were woken up by 2 large explosions in the woods behind our house. My dad, having been a gun owner, this is written crazy. My dad, having been a gun owner, is well aware of the noise that weapons can make, and said that this was nowhere near a gunshot and more along the realm of some sort of explosive detonation. The whole house seemed to be shaking and to be vibrating, and the windows also shook in a very intense way. Our guard dogs were woken up and started barking like crazy at the direction where the noise was coming from, but they did not move. At first, I was quite skeptical of what my father and sister had been believing or been telling me, believing it was nothing more than a bit of a tall tale to scare me, my brother who was just moving into town and by that the farm. Until a couple of months later in early 2023, when my mom, my brother, and my sister had to go back to her house for a bit and my dad was traveling for work, were woken up by those same explosions that my father had described. I was laying in bed preparing to fall asleep when it happened, and it seemed like someone had blown up a gas tank a couple of meters from the house. The window shook, and I desperately tried grabbing my phone to record some sound if there was another explosion. But in the pitch darkness of my room and the desperation of not knowing what was going on made me forget I'd left it plugged at the outlet and it was across the room from my bed. A second explosion, and once again the walls and windows shake. I exited my room just to find my brother and mom had done the same thing, both standing in the living room. My brother, who's 14, was visibly frightened by what had just happened and was telling everyone to be quiet just in case whatever had made that explosion could hear us. Me, being the paranormal and extraterrestrial fanatic, really wanting to look out the back window to see what made that noise, but instead did what I thought would be the safest option. Closed every window and curtain in the house that was still opened. I did not want to see whatever made that noise, my mind trailing off into stories of aliens and skinwalkers and such, so I decided that it would be better off not looking than accidentally catching a glimpse of what, if anything, was out there in the pitch-black darkness of the woods behind my house. While closing one of the blinds, I caught a glimpse of one of the guard dogs just sitting in the front garden, looking up, as if over the house to something in a tree canopy behind it. It was quite difficult to go back to sleep that night, but nothing more happened that day. Talking to my dad about what I had experienced, he said the explosions that we had heard were just the same as the ones that he had heard in November. Nothing weird has happened for a while, when one day, late at night, my mother was woken up by a very loud jet engine-like noise. By the way, we don't live near any major airports, and the planes that do fly over us are very high up, so we can't really hear them. And it seemed to be coming from the top of our house, and only seemed to be getting louder and louder until it ceased instantly. Curiously, no one else was woken up that night. I also had one of these experiences with the loud jet engine noise myself. It was around 2 a.m. and I was laying down in the living room couch, playing Fallout New Vegas, doing the Boomer quest line. when I start hearing what I can only describe as if a plane was flying past your house but never actually went anywhere, so all you heard was the same noise and it wouldn't stop. I was wearing headphones, so firstly I thought it was coming from the in-game, but when I removed them I could still hear it and it sounded like it was coming from on top of the house. Freaked out by this, I saved my game and turned off all the lights and went to my room to be safe or something along those lines, when it suddenly stopped. We've had some other experiences at this farm, like my parents and seemingly our dogs seeing a quote-unquote ghost kid run past the house and disappear into the forest. Our neighbor telling us about how she and her dad found some sort of Brazilian folklore beast called the corpo seco, which is basically a zombie, dead body sort of being that wanders around the forest, along with some creepy stories from people that have lived around this area for longer than I have. Me and some of my family members have had some other paranormal experiences happen to us, but so far, those are the only ones that happened since we moved here. Story number 10. Ghost played with my hair when I was younger. So this was a couple of years ago. Not too much, like around 5 or 6 maybe. So when I was younger, it took me some time to fall asleep. So I would just stare at the ceiling and think about different stuff. And I share a room with my sister. She's younger though, and I heard her sleeping, so it wasn't her. And I also have 2 brothers. But they were 2 years old at the time, so of course they were sleeping, and my bed was higher off the ground, around 1 meter high. So that night, I was waiting to fall asleep, and suddenly I hear someone in my room. I don't remember that anybody opened the door though. And it was an adult. Whoever that was pretty tall. He or she didn't have to use a ladder to reach me, so it wasn't a kid. So at first I thought that this was my mom or dad to check in on me if my sister was sleeping, or to open the window. So I pretended that I was asleep, but it was really dark, so I opened my eyes, but I only saw a shadow, not a face. Of course, because it was dark. And it was really close to me, and I thought that my mom, but it wasn't. That thing took some of my hair and started brushing them on my cheeks, like with a paintbrush. So that weren't my parents, because why would they bother a kid in the middle of the night when I'm supposed to be asleep? And I asked them, and they said no. Plus, they usually sleep as soon as my brothers fall asleep. So later that thing went to my legs. The ceiling is low there because there's a roof that's, lower. And that thing, fat there, perfectly straight. I believe they mean sat. That part was also around a meter tall, so an adult should, sit down or, kneel down there to be that, thing was standing up straight there. Sorry, guys. The writing is brutal. And after that, I don't remember a thing. And I know that it was real, it wasn't a dream. So that was a ghost, right? Hard to say on it. Story number 11. Saw a very sinister entity at the foot of the bed. For context, this was years ago, but I decided I'd like to start recounting my experiences, and this seemed like a nice enough community to do that with. My boyfriend at the time and I were moving, so things were in boxes and the bed was taken apart. He always had insomnia, but I usually fell right asleep. This night things felt off. I was tossing and turning for a good 30 to 40 minutes. He finally asked what was up. Said it was nothing, but he pressed, and I finally said, I don't know, I just keep thinking I'm seeing something in the shadows. He pushed for me to say more, which was unlike him. I finally started describing this thing. It was probably 7 feet tall, dark blue, almost black, defined large muscles, and sharp teeth. He cut me off and asked, "Is it dripping and slimy looking? I said, yeah. Is it breathing really heavy and staring right at me? He said, yeah. He said he saw it too, and he thought it was impatiently waiting for something. But then he didn't want to talk about it anymore. I found out later through a friend that knew him as a teenager that he had a weird history with a place out in the country called Stone Church. She described him as a shy kid that didn't have any friends, kinda emo and desperately wanted to be liked by the cool kids at school. She said for fun, one night they went out to this abandoned church that was supposed to be haunted, and did something like Bloody Mary or played with the Ouija board. Sorry, I don't remember the specifics. And crazy things started happening. At one point the door swung shut and locked him in a room. She couldn't get in for a few hours, but when he came out, he seemed different. This was not the guy I knew at all, by the way. She said the next day he was forever a changed guy. He was super charismatic and made friends everywhere he went. They were like his followers. Until she mentioned it, I never really realized how much they seemed to worship him. He refused to talk about it, and she clammed up. Didn't want to say anything about it anymore after that. Weird experience when I was in 5th grade. When I was in 5th grade, my dad and brother went to Michigan to visit my grandparents. I didn't want to go. My mom was staying home anyways, so they let me stay with her. This is only relevant because some people might think it was a video that my brother was just watching. I was just chilling looking at my phone when I heard a little boy's voice say, "Hey," and giggle. It was followed by a woman who was also just starting to giggle. I distinctly remember being paralyzed with fear. When I was finally able to move, I just got up and ran to where my mom was sleeping. I woke her up and she listened to it and was like, "What is that?" I said I didn't know, and she listened even more for a bit before falling asleep. At this point, the giggles and the hey were like super loud, but then they stopped and I never heard it again. I brought it up to my mom a few years later. She says she remembers that, and it was probably just a coyote. Coyotes can make superhuman-like sounds sometimes, as well as some of the birds in this area, I guess. But I've never heard them say, "hey," or giggle. I know I didn't just make up what I heard because this is an isolated incident. It's strange enough, though, because I've went about her just crying about all these weird noises, and none of the events really stuck out as memorable to her or me. Just this specific one. Never happened to me again, and no animal noises sounded similar to that night. Honestly, when I type it, the story seems really fake because the fact that kids giggling and saying hi is just so cliche in ghost stories. Makes even me think it's not real. I also live in the Appalachian region, and it's not really that relevant to any sort of folktale or urban legends. But I thought it was a cool experience, and I also thought it'd be nice to hear from people interested in this topic. Story number 13. 2 creepy encounters in a row. So I'm in the Navy, and me and my coworker recently moved into a military housing apartment together about 2 months ago. Everything's been fine so far, except for this weekend. Due to our shifts, we tend to be home at different times, and this was the case both yesterday and today. Yesterday, as I was home sitting in my room with my door cracked open, I saw a dark shadow flit out of my coworker's room out of the corner of my eye. I also had a funky feeling ever since I got home that day, but dismissed it because, as I said, we had been there 2 months already and nothing had happened. Now what happened today is what really freaked me out. So once I got to my shift to report for my shift, my coworker asked me how I was able to get there before him. When I asked him what he meant, he told me that he got to the apartment about 40 minutes after I had left, but he had thought that I was sleeping because he heard breathing coming from the room as if I was sleeping in my bed. In addition to what he told me when I left the house today, I also had another weird feeling in the back of my mind that someone or something was about to whisper my name as I was leaving. Whatever lived there did not like me. Stories from an estate agent. I've been working as a property agent in the UK for the past 8 years, selling and renting all sorts of property. And over the years, I've had quite a few experiences that I couldn't quite explain, and I thought I'd share one of them. This story happened around November of 2018. I remember because earlier that day, a colleague and I had started filming that year's Christmas videos to go on our company's social media. Each year, we'd recreate a scene of a Christmas movie, and that year was the dance scene from Love Actually. Anyway, I'd been asked by my manager to go and take photos of a house that we'd just been given the go-ahead to go on and rent. The house was a 3-bedroom grade 2, listed mid-terraced from around the 16th century. For anyone not knowing, a grade 2 listed property basically means it's old and has a lot of original features that can't be changed without special permissions. This was the first time we'd let the property for the landlord. And the tenant before we later found out had left the property whilst still in contract within the first 6 months. I knew something wasn't right as soon as I set foot in the property. Everyone gets times when the vibes are off, and I'm not someone who claims to be in touch with their spiritual side. But the atmosphere when I went in was downright hostile. I was already a little spooked, but damn it, I had a job to do, so I opened the playlist on Spotify, hit shuffle, and started turning lights on. I have a system when photographing a property. Lights on, photograph, measure the room, lights off. The house was your standard layout. Living room, kitchen, dining room downstairs, 3 bedrooms, bathroom upstairs with another flight of stairs up to the loft, attic for my American friends. The downstairs I did just fine, trying to ignore the bad vibes by singing along to probably ABBA or something that I don't remember. What I do remember, though, is my trip upstairs. As soon as my foot hit the first step, this overwhelming urge that something was wrong surged through my body. I started singing louder, trying to distract myself, and another few steps up, wham, another huge surge of fear. I tell myself that the upstairs must have been in some sort of dead zone, because it was at this stage that my phone decided that the songs had no problem playing 10 minutes ago suddenly needed buffering, meaning my ABBA was now playing in fits and starts. I fought against my body to get to the top of the stairs. When I did, my eyes were drawn to the door to the attic stairs, which lay ajar. And as soon as I did, I was done for. The room beyond the doorway was cloaked in darkness due to the lack of lights being turned on, and the fear that was pulsing through my body took me over. I stood there paralyzed. Couldn't even blink, take my eyes off the shadows that lay beyond the doorway. My lungs became like cement as I struggled to catch my breath. My words, breathless. I stood there for what felt like an hour before my phone started to ring. It was the office. We have office protocol to check in if we've been gone longer than expected. I fumbled to find the answer button, eyes still fixed to the darkness. I hit answer and managed to struggle out a help. This house was walking distance to the office, so it wasn't long before my colleague arrived to check up on me. As soon as I heard his voice call out my name, I felt the weight lift immediately, and I cried out his name in response. I ran downstairs to meet him, and the music returned far too loud, which gave us both a shock. We both got the hell out of there, not even checking if the door was locked properly. It was one of those Yale locks that auto-lock when you pull them, so it was probably fine. We head back to the office. On the walk back, I noticed a pain shooting across my back, When we got back to the office itself, I checked to see 3 long scratches running diagonally across my back. I explained what had happened to the others in the office. My manager told us that she had had a similar feeling when she met the landlord. Maybe because she was with someone that wasn't as scary, but after that we made sure that whenever we visited that property, we were always accompanied. I'm not sure what happened to the house in the end. Surprise, surprise, we struggled to find people who could live in that bad vibe house, and the landlord gave it to another agent to try to sell. Not long after, I moved to another company as well, and onto other properties. Story number 15. Sleep paralysis. I, a 19-year-old female, just had sleep paralysis for the first time ever. Always have heard of people who have had it and whatnot. Just curious if anyone knows what the cause of it is. Is it going to happen again? I don't know, just a little spooked. Context. A little before I was getting ready to fall asleep, I got scared and turned my phone light on. Sometimes I do that because I, quote-unquote, feel like something is there, kind of in the darkness. Usually it's just me psyching myself out, and I'm usually able to turn my light back off. But eventually I found myself turning it back on after a few minutes of having it off. Again, I didn't think too much of it because usually I'm fine. Anyways, I finally drift off to sleep and my whole body goes into like a state of shock. I could just feel chills all throughout my body, and it came in waves, but it was significantly stronger at some points. So I kept praying to God to get whatever it was away. Eventually it stops, so I open my eyes, assuming it's over, and next thing you know, I'm seeing what looked like an older lady floating in my closet, but when I saw her face, it wasn't a face, it was just kind of blackness. Once she turned towards me, she started reaching out to me. At this point, I'm freaking out, trying to move, scream, do whatever I can to make it go away, but I couldn't move or do anything. Seconds before her hand could touch me, another arm from the floor grabbed the lady's arm and stopped her from touching me. And when I looked again at my closet, the spirit that grabbed her from touching me was holding this lady like in a bear hug, keeping her contained. The other spirit, or whatever it was dressed in white, but their face was covered in like a hijab, but their mouth was also covered. So I could only see their eyes. Then I became unparalyzed. Story number 16. Experiences throughout my life. My earliest experience that I can remember is when I was only about 10. My mother was the neighborhood mom to all, and that means all the kids. Although we weren't well off, she managed to make every child feel like, taken care of which included giving some sort of a place to stay if they needed it. My brother had a friend whose mom had passed away. He was always at her house. Even though his grandmother lived a block down, he slept there, ate there, and he was in a nutshell just another member of our home. Me being young and knowing nothing of his mother, not who she was, what she looked like, or her name, I asked him why he was always there. He told me his mom had passed away from being sick, and that her house was his home away from home. We made him feel like family. As time went on, he pretty much permanently lived there. Even when my blood older siblings moved out, he was still there. One night I had a dream. In the dream, I was sitting on the couch playing N64. It had just come out. There was a knock on the door. I was the only one home and knew better than to answer it. But for whatever reason, I did. There was a woman. She was short, had black hair with bangs sunken in face, but you could tell she had high cheeks, not the best of teeth. She just had a really sad look to her eyes. "Is Is he here? I was unsure of the he, because there were 3 males in my house. I asked who. She replied, my son. I haven't seen him in a long time, and I know he's here a lot, and I miss him. Although I was dreaming, even in my dream, not knowing who this was, I just knew who she was referring to. I said, no, he's not here. Do you want me to tell him to go to his grandma's house if he comes here? She replied, no, I'll make sure to find him soon. If he comes here, tell me I miss him and I love him. I'm sorry there's so much missing, so much no one knows. I woke up abruptly. I had this overwhelming sense of sadness. I just remember thinking, what the hell just happened? I've never had a dream like that. I didn't know how to make sense of it. Eventually, my adopted without the court siblings came home. Hey, do you have a picture of your mom? He looked at me with a confused look on his face. No, I don't. Mom wasn't around much, and I hadn't seen her in a long time. Why? Why are you asking that? I told him I had a dream about a woman. I think it was her. The look on his face has always sat with me. What did she look like? I sat quiet for a minute and asked again that time, more like a tell me right now sort of a tone. She was short, black shorter hair, sunken in eyes. Her teeth were kind of dirty. The look on his face told me everything. I needed to know. This was real. He immediately started asking questions. What'd she say? What'd she do? Where'd the dream take place? I said, she said that she misses you. She hasn't seen you in a long, long time, and that she's sorry there's so much missing that no one knows. What does that mean? The stuff missing and the no one knows. He cried, and when I say cried, he cried hard. He said, I don't know, but if you dream about her again, tell me. Tell her to visit me at mine, please. Tell her see me in my dreams. And if she can't, please tell her I miss her. I never dreamt of her again, though. He never spoke on this again either. Years later, I'm reading a news article on a serial killer that was never caught. I'm choosing not to state what the name of the killer was for my own personal reasons, but I assure you it can be found on Google with a very quick search. As I'm skimming the article, I see the woman. It was her. She didn't have the same last name, though, so this being about 20 years back and me needing clarification who else I would call, but my mother, of course. My mother explains some things and says that there was a serial killer that killed a specific group of women. This woman's body was never found, but they suspected due to her background and who she was affiliated with that she was in fact a victim of this killing spree. I now understood that there's so much no one knows and so much missing part. I then told my mother the conversation, which I had never done before, and also explained what he had said, that his mother was sick and how that she passed. Her only response was, would you want to tell everybody about the lifestyle your mother lived? After that dream, I've had many more throughout my life. Things of this nature, dreaming of things that were going to happen and that absolutely did. That first experience left me wide open to so many more experiences in my future. I've always tried to embrace it. The only person I've been 100% open with telling my experience to is my now boyfriend of 2 years. Since our first weeks together, he's always told me I've had a gift, and to learn to use it, embrace it harder. I see things. I hear things. I speak things into existence. Story number 17. Out of the Back Room. I moved out of my mom's when I was 16. I found out I was pregnant, and I thought I was grown. Fast forward a few years, and lo and behold, reality slapped me just as it does any young parent, and after some trials and tribulations, found myself back home with my mom at the age of 19. I'll preface this with, the apartment my mother lived in was a nursing home converted into 6 apartments, 3 on the first floor, 2 on the second, and my mother's apartment being the only one on the 3rd floor. We always heard things. Footsteps coming up a long staircase leading to my mother's door. Never anyone there. The back door was a huge fire door. Banged when it shut. Very distinctive sound. We would hear footsteps, hear the door open and close and expect someone. There's never anyone there. When you walked through the back door, it was a short hallway, 2 doors to the left, bedrooms, and 1 doorway ahead in the kitchen. My bed was positioned to face my bedroom doorway. My mother worked overnights. She's a nurse, so it was always my 2 going on 3-year-old son, I always home alone at night. Can't explain the feeling I got walking past the first of the 2 doors to the left, but I just couldn't walk past them, so I ran. Every time I just ran. My first experience ever in the apartment was my scariest one to date. From when I was younger to now being in my 30s. One night I'm laying in bed. I'm on the phone very late. It's maybe 1 to 2 a.m., and as I'm laying there just talking, I heard pitter-patter across the short hallway, and a short, toddler-sized shadow ran across my doorway. I saw the shadow clearly. It had shape, it had mass, it was solid. I immediately yell out to my son, "Hey, what are you doing? Come here." No response. So again, him being little and me knowing his games, I call out to him again, "Hey, bub, come here and lay with mama." Then it hit me. He wouldn't be in that part of the apartment. That came from the corner bedroom. He was sleeping on the couch. I got up as quickly as I think I ever have and run through the kitchen and into the living room. There he was, my toddler sleeping on the couch. I scooped him up and hightailed it to my room. I shut the door behind me, lock it, and crash! Something hit the kitchen floor and sounded like it shattered. I did not leave my room all night. Eventually early hours hit and I finally fell asleep with my baby in bed with me. Fast forward and it's now 7:30 a.m. My mother is knocking at the bedroom door. What the fuck happened in the kitchen? The entire dish strainer's on the floor. There's glass everywhere. I was hesitant to even answer. My mom did not like to speak on these things. She says she's a non-believer, but no way in hell she could be living here. I explained what happened, and she only said, "Help me clean it up." From there on out, so many things happened. Every day there was an occurrence. Voices, sounds, things that looked like people in the house that we would quickly realize weren't. Or who we thought it was. I never slept comfortably in that house again, and very quickly made my way out of that place into my own. But without fail, every visit I had my mother consisted of someone from the other side making their presence known one way or another.